galactic friends, and welcome to another massive clone tutorial on this channel. In this video we will build a fintech application clone, and we're going to use the Revolut application as the idea and inspiration for our project. In this clone you will once again work with all the latest and greatest technology, which means we're going to use Expo Router version 3, file-based routing, API routes. We're going to use MMKV for handling the state with Zustand. We're going to have Reanimated and the gesture handler. We're going to have charts. We're going to have different text inputs, and we're gonna have Clerk for authentication. And of course, speaking of Clerk, check it out at clerk.com. Clerk are the sponsor of this video. You can get started completely for free, and Clerk is really the best way for a complete user management system. You're gonna see it once we put it to use in this clone. We're gonna use the OTP authentication, so we're gonna actually get real code to our device sent, and then we're gonna verify our accounts simply by our phone numbers. So check it out, Clerk.com, and there are already two other clones, the WhatsApp clone and the Airbnb clone, both sponsored by Clerk, that you should check out. All of these clones focus on slightly different aspects, and so this one will also share new things. Even if you have taken already the previous two clones, in this one you're gonna learn new things, I can promise you. And if you want to follow along, I will do my best to be as slow as possible in writing the code, but you should also check out the link below this video to the GitHub repository, where you can find all the code for the styling, for some assets and some dummy data that we're gonna use in this tutorial. So check it out on GitHub, and now let's start with a gentle walkthrough of what we're going to build in this fintech clone. In the first part of the clone, we will set up our application, and we're gonna directly switch from Expo Go to an Expo Prebuild, because the Expo Prebuild gives us a lot more flexibility while still maintaining all the features and functionalities that you use from the Expo Go app, and we will later be easily able to introduce our own custom native modules. In the second part, we're gonna then build this beautiful sign up area where we have a background video playing, and we're gonna also talk about the input fields here for our sign up page and also for the login page, including the routing to these pages and how we could display a modal on top of them. In the third part, we're gonna talk about Clerk authentication, especially OTP, which means I will be able to put in my phone number right here. I will retrieve a code to my device, and with that, we're gonna have a number verification screen in which I can input the numbers and finally get to the inside area. In part 4, we're gonna then talk about building a tab bar area for our application and how we can make sure that the inside area is actually protected using Clerk. So we're gonna automatically bring the user inside or lock them out when their session expires. In part 5, we're gonna actually start with the UI for our home screen, especially the part up here where we have the amount the user has on its account and these buttons. And these buttons have a specialty because we can click that more button and open this cool native dropdown. So we're gonna use a package called Zigo to build this beautiful native dropdown. In part 6, we're gonna talk about state management. So we will be able to actually add and remove transactions. This is generating some fake transactions. And if we reload our application, these will actually still exist because we're using Zustand for state management and MMKV to store the values on the device in the best and fastest possible way. In part 7, we're gonna add the first customization feature because I thought this would be really cool to have drag and drop between different little widgets down here. This is also available in the official application. That was the inspiration for this, and we're gonna use, of course, Reanimated and the gesture handler and some great code from the community. In part 8, we're gonna then develop the actual custom header we see up here, and also the bottom tab bar here, because this is actually a semi-transparent view. It's hard to see, but there's a little blur view behind the tabs and as well at the header. So whatever you scroll behind this will somehow shine through, and we're gonna apply these stylings to our app. In part 9, we finally talk about API routes, and we're gonna do this by actually accessing some data from a crypto API, so we can keep our secure key in a server environment and still retrieve the latest Bitcoin prices right in our React Native application. In part 10, we're gonna then move into the details page of this and build this cool page, which has a lot to it than actually more than meets the eye. We have a transition of the title, we do have these sticky sections up here, and we also have the transition from a tab bar to a view that's above the tab bar. In part 11, we're gonna talk about this. So we're gonna build our own chart into the application using Victory Chart. We're gonna use Shopify Skia for this and Reanimated. And we're also gonna add the functionality that we can drag our finger across this line in the most performant and smooth way, which updates these values up here. So this is going to be really, really epic. In part 12, we're gonna then talk about something very specific to fintech applications, which is usually about privacy. So when these applications go into the background and are in the background for like 5 minutes and you bring them up, you're gonna see something like a lock screen. And we're gonna implement our own context that manages the inactivity and then switches over to a lock screen once the user has been inactive for too long. In chapter 13, we're gonna then actually talk about that lock screen that comes up when you come back to the app from the background. So we're gonna build this view we can put in a code. And if that code is wrong, we're gonna actually have a nice little shaky animation, of course, using Reanimated. We're gonna add the whole logic for making all of this work, including local biometric authentication using FaceID, which then in turn should bring us back into the app. In part 14, we're gonna talk about the account modal overlay, which is once again using a blurry background and allows us to change our name and also the image, which is working directly with Clerk and the user management services of Clerk. And in the final part 15, we will talk about dynamic app icons. So we will be able to switch between 3 different icons, and depending on our selection, immediately our app icon will change to the current selection using a dynamic Expo app icon package. All right, that's a lot of ground to cover, so let's dive straight into our code. All right, so let's kick off the fun by creating a new project. We're gonna run npx create Expo app, which is using the Expo CLI to create a new React Native application using Expo. We follow this up with a name and then we use a specific template. So in our case, we're using the tabs template. This is one of the default templates, and I like to use this because this is using Expo Router file-based routing. We're gonna get more into that and how it works later. For now, we're just gonna wait until this is finished. And in the meantime, I just wanna mention again that you can find all this code on GitHub, linked below this video. And I highly recommend that you open this up because we're gonna bring in some initial code, like for some styling, and maybe you can copy over the assets. We're gonna try and do most of the other coding ourselves, but for a few parts to get started, it will be really helpful. And also if you are stuck at some point, you can look up what we did. You're gonna also find all the links. So again, Clerk is the sponsor of this video. We're gonna use Clerk. And in this first part, we're gonna also already install a few packages that will be used. For example, Reanimated or the React Native gesture handler. Why are we doing this? Well, we wanna set up our application with Expo Prebuild, which is using continuous native generation. I will show you how in a second. So our app is finished, and as far as I know, I can do something like code-r, and then it opens. No, it should just open in that one window. Like, there was a command to this. I don't know why it always keeps disappearing. I'm really disappointed by this because it's so cool if you can like have it in VS Code and then it already opens up. And I actually wanted to prevent exactly that I now have to do this again and then I have to do zoom again. So I'm sorry about that. If you know the name of that command, please let me know. And no, I just want to zoom in 4 times. Okay, so usually, go ahead with npx expo, which will run the Expo Go application on your simulator or your connected device. However, as I said, we want to do a pre-build because later in this video, we're going to introduce more packages. We're going to use, I don't know, what are we using? We are using React Native, Skia, the Victory charts, async storage, maybe packages that are not included in the Expo Go app. So you should make it a good habit to get into pre-build, which is pretty easy. Before we do our pre-build, let's quickly install a few packages. So I want to install the Expo Dev client, and I want to install React Native Reanimated and the React Native the React Native gesture handler. In order to use these files, we have to go into our Babel config. So let's close this. And down here, we're gonna add plugins with a lowercase p. and follow this up with an array of stuff. So in our case, we want to have the React Native Reanimated / plugin. This should also be the last element in that list. For whatever reason, this is important to reanimate it. You can then also check out your app.json, but I don't think we need any specific changes in here yet. So let's go ahead with our pre-build. So I will do this now. npx expo pre-build. This will ask a few questions. Punny code is deprecated. Yeah, I don't really care. Okay, what would you like to call your packages? I will just press enter to use the bundle identifier com super Simon Fintech for both iOS and Android. And if you press enter, you're gonna notice that you now have an Android folder and you now have an iOS folder in your project. Does it mean you're on your own, you have to deal a lot with native code? No, it completely doesn't mean that. I will show you why that's not the case in a second. So let's see, do we still have to like include the Expo Dev client somewhere? I don't think so. So that should be a good point. At this point, you can also decide if you wanna test your app on a native device, if you wanna run it in the simulator, or if you wanna run it on an Android emulator. It doesn't really matter, it's just like a slightly different command. In my case, I will run it on the iOS simulator simply because that's the device or the place I usually feel the most comfortable with. Like, you get a good preview, it looks pretty good, and so I will choose this. So let's wait until the Cocoa pods are finished. Alright, looks like my commands just don't finish anymore today, but that's not a problem. We can now continue with npx expo run. And we already see that we can use a command at iOS. If I just run this, it will run on a simulator. If I attach -- device, I would be asked if I want to use my connected device, but it's actually not connected right now. So I will just use npx expo run iOS. And I don't know why this deprecation is now coming up with every command I run. This is kind of annoying, but nonetheless, we hope that our pre-build now comes up in the simulator soon. So what's the difference between this? As I said, if we want to use plugins, if we want to use native modules that are not part of the Expo Go app. So you have to imagine there's this Expo Go app which can run your application really fast, but there's only a limited set of packages and SDKs bundled with that Expo Go app. And if you want to use anything outside of that, you have to do a pre-build, but as we see, it's pretty easy. So this just generates the native iOS and Android folders. And then if you run the command like we do, it will still spin up your live reload server. It will deploy to your device. You get all the benefits you previously had with the Expo Go app. So you get this cool debugging menu. You can reload and log in and stuff. So there's really no downside to an Expo pre-build. Meanwhile, we can also probably take our first look at the code that we got. So I do have a components folder that I actually don't really like, so I will get rid of that. Under constants, we have some colors. So I actually want to bring in my own constants. This is the point where you should probably open up the GitHub repository. So let me bring in 2 files. I picked some colors for our Fintech Clone and I export them, and I also did a few styles. So these are just using style sheet. We don't use any native Win Tamagui in here. I really wanted to keep this down to the basics because most of you, as I've seen in the State of React Native survey, are still using style sheet. So what we have in here are just some general definitions for some buttons, texts, section headers, blocks, yeah. Just like basic elements. It's pretty cool if you have these default styles that you can then reuse across the pages of your application. On top of that, you might want to bring in the assets folder, but probably we can also do this at a later point. The only thing we need for the next part is actually the 2 little videos. I have no copyright on these videos. I just got them from a place online. What are they actually? I think they're like free stock videos that we want to use on our introduction page. Don't worry if your first pre-build an npx run command takes a bit of time. That's not a problem usually. As you can see, it's doing a lot of things. It's compiling a lot of native iOS stuff, and then copies over the resources, and at some point it will hopefully pop up here. So until then, let's wait again. Alright, so the app is coming up, and as you can see, we're actually seeing pretty much the same setup like if we would use the Expo Go application. We got this QR code. We see that we're using a development build. That is good. That means we are using our own app, not just the Expo Go app. I think I messed up the project by deleting the components, but that's not really a huge problem. So I'll also massively remove all these files because we really want to start with some basics. Let's check out. Probably in this folder I will get some complaints because I removed stuff. So I will remove the colors theme here. I don't really have a tabs or a modal. I will just use the stack for now. We can keep the rest as it is. We can actually remove this as well. And once we got that, let's just place a simple index.tsx file in here. And then do React Native functional export, which is a snippet I have, and create a new page in here. If I now press relight, I really hope to see my page. Here we go. This is my page. This is the index page. And we can see that it changes. If I just put something in here, we see the immediate update. So we are now running our own pre-build. We have fixed the issues. We've boiled down to the basics that we need. We're gonna get more into the layout stuff and the routing soon. So make sure you got the pre-build set up. You installed the packages, reanimated gesture handler. So we got all of that in place, and then we can finally work on the login experience. Okay, so after getting the basics right, we now want to build the initial screen, the login screen, and the sign up screen. But we will do them without the Clerk functionality, so we're going to add the actual authentication in the following part. For now, we're going to do the UI, and we're going to focus basically on this first example. So what we're going to have is a video playing in the background. We then have two buttons at the bottom. This will bring us to a sign up screen or a login screen, and we can also toggle from the top from this this help circle up there a little right here, a little modal overlay. So this is the navigation and the UI we want to create. Again, you should now bring in the video assets. Actually, I think we just need one asset, right? Why do I have two? Yeah, I think this one is, yeah, I'm not using this one. So you just need the intro.mp4 file. And for these, we also need two additional packages, which means we actually need to kill our live reload here. So we're gonna stop that server and we're gonna npx expo install the Expo AV package and the Expo asset package. Okay, we can find them on Expo. The first one will be used to play a video in the background, and the second one will be used to actually load that video file in the first place. So let's get back and we can, I don't know why my commands just don't close anymore here. Oh, it's actually still installing. Is it really? I don't know. I feel like something is terribly wrong with my bash command line. I will just close this one, open up a new one. Maybe it works better when I run it like this. Okay, yeah, I think we got all of them. I think it's just a general npm problem. But we've installed the packages, so we can go back to not the pre-build, but Expo run on iOS. So run this again, and this will create a new build of your app. We don't need to do a new pre-build in this case, I think, actually. Do we have to do a new pre-build? We're gonna learn, but I don't think we need it right now. You usually need a new pre-build if you use the environment file, if you add an environment file, if you change something in the app.json, but we're not really doing any of that. Let's add a new file or a few new files. So we have the index page. That is the initial page that will be rendered on our screen. But we also want to have a login page. So let's add a login.tsx. And again, I run my snippet here, React Native functional export component, which gives us this. And then I will also add the signup.tsx and FE, so React Native functional export component. And I usually like to call these just page in the beginning. And I also do a help file, so we will not really implement that page, but anyway, it's good to have it. So now we are already able to navigate. Actually, these unstable settings can be removed in the layout file. We can one, we can keep it like it is, but I kind of want to change the layout file already a bit. So what I want to put into this is I want to make sure that on the login, I actually don't see the header. So therefore you can put in stack.screen name index, and that code completion you get here from Copilot is usually wrong. So what we want is we want to set the options for this one, and I want to set header shown to false. Okay, this should hide the header, and now my text is somewhere up there, so you still see it, but that should be enough. So we can now continue on the index page to create that view. And for that view, we're gonna load our asset, and we can use the use assets hook. So equals use assets from Expo assets, and now we have we can create an array of require statements in here. I'm not a big fan of this, but it gets the job done for us, and we'll load that asset. So with that, we can specify all the folders starting at the top level because our tsconfig has a setup for this path. So this makes it a lot easier in our project to use these file paths. And our file is now under assets, and now that is just the font. It's under assets, videos, intro.mp4. Okay, that's the asset we want to load. Now we need some styling, so let's add a block for the React Native Style Sheet API, and we're gonna start probably with a container. I don't know why I should probably have added the container simply to my default styles. I don't know why I didn't use it. So we're gonna use a flex of 1, and I also want to justify the content, probably not in the center, but we're gonna fix that in a second. Let's add that style up here. So styles.container. That puts the text in here. It's okay for now. And what we want to say is if we do have assets, so if the assets are ready, so I will use assets and then we're going to render our video component from Expo AV. The source for this will be the, we're going to actually have to use 2 brackets here and then use URI. URI at the index 0, because in our case we have only one element in that array. If you add more assets with use assets, so if you have comma and more, you're gonna have to be careful that you select the item at the correct index, but in our case that's not a problem. So if we go ahead with this, we see something like this. Okay, not too interesting, not too special, so therefore we're gonna have to change a few things. I want to add some styling for the video actually. So what I want to make is I want to make this use the full width. So I will use 100% for the width and for the height. And I also want to have it in the background. So that will be a bit more challenging, but we're going to get to that in a second. So let's add the styles. Okay, this fills up the app pretty well. Why are we still seeing the save areas? That's a good question. Let's see if I can add the position absolute. That's not making a big change. Let's see. We're gonna add some stuff to the video anyway, because as you can see, it's not really a video yet. So I want to add something. I want to add is muted because we definitely don't want to hear sound. We want to set is looping so it plays in loop. And we also want to say should play automatically. If we add all of that, the video starts playing. Now I want to change my justify content to space between, but that shouldn't make a tremendous difference to our application. So why are we seeing these? We have a stack screen index. We don't really have a save area around our app yet. So I wonder if we just reload, how can I get this one to play on the full screen? Maybe we're gonna figure that out soon. Let's probably just continue for now by adding some more elements to the page. So we'll add another view in here. We'll get some styling in a second, and a text that is now using our own styling. Okay, yeah, whatever. Let's just, no, I don't want more. Okay, thanks. First time this happens today. This will happen many more times. Because we've positioned the video in an absolute way, we can't really see the text yet. So I want to add margin top here of about, let's say 80 and some padding of 20. Okay, so the text is here and we just need to style it correctly. Probably we should add some like header styling. Okay, so we'll do something inline and usually try to use style sheet as much as possible, but sometimes it just it's a bit easier and faster. Okay, let's make this bigger and let's add font weight, I don't know, 900. Yeah, that's cool. I also want to use text transform uppercase. Okay, welcome to the app, but I actually want to use a different text that we're mimicking here. So as I said in the introduction, we're trying to use the Revolut app as an idea for this app. So this is where my inspiration came from. Okay, good. The second view we're gonna add to this page will be for the buttons at the bottom. Okay, so this one will also get some styling. Let's call this buttons, and we should probably add this down here. So for buttons, what I want to use is I want to use a flex direction row so we can position the items next to each other, but I still want to justify the content in the center and probably use a gap of 20. Okay, so now we can put in our touchable opacities here. Touchable opacity, touchable, it's hard to spell this correctly. And then close it, and the touchable opacity requires a little text element. Let's call this one lock in. Is it displayed anywhere? I can't see it. Where on? It's probably at the bottom. Let's add to the something here about margin bottom of, I don't know, 60. Yeah, it's probably my head is also covering it, but now it appears up here. We just had white text on a white background. And also what we can do is let's put in 2 more of these or 1 more of these. And then we're gonna wrap this with a link component. I will also add some padding horizontal, that can't hurt. Won't change anything right now. So what we're gonna do to use routing is to use a link component from Expo Router with an href. Because we're using file-based routing and we got the support of typed routes, we now see all the available routes. So in this case, I want to go to login. I will add as child because otherwise the styles are not applied to our child here. And if I click on it, I can already go there because we're part of a stack layout. However, this is not everything. And I also just noticed what we are missing. It's so cool. Like sometimes you just understand we have a resize mode for the video and we can set this. Actually, we don't have to use a string. You can use resize mode from Expo AV and set it to cover. Voila. Oh, that magic. So much better. So much better. Okay, that's a lot better. For the login, we can actually use one of our predefined styles. So this is the first time we can import the default styles, and then we can use, what did I use before? I think pill button. Okay, that's doing something, but not a whole lot. So if you check out the pill button, it just uses padding, height, border radius, but I didn't want to set a specific color. I wanted or try to keep these as generic as possible. So usually with the pill button, you're gonna see that we use an array of styles. So this is like the default styles, and then we add a bit more on top of it. What I want to add on top is flex 1, so it spans across all of the width, and I want to set the background color. And now first time importing my colors. Be careful, you want to get the colors import from our add constant colors, not anything else. Make sure you get that. And then from constant colors, I want to use dark. Okay, so this will give us like a little dark pill button down here. The text is also not yet correctly. We should probably up the size and font weight. So next to the color white, I will use the font size of 22 and a font weight of 500. Okay, that's a lot big, a bigger button. Okay, touchable opacity is good. We're good here. Now let's copy this and let's use it again. And for this one, I want to actually use the background color white. Okay, so this is like the primary button. That also means that the text should probably not be white. So we remove this. We change it to sign up. Okay, sign up. And then we get this. Okay, everything that's in the bottom is usually covered by my head, so I'm careful. Okay, there's a typo, log in. I feel like this is a oh my, it's still early morning here. Okay, log in and sign up. And sign up should also, of course, not take us to log in, but instead to sign up. So now you should be able, with those two buttons, to either go to the login or to the sign up page. And we have our video playing in the background. So congratulations, you finished the first screen of this gigantic Clone app. I think we're actually fine with that page. I think we're completely done with it. Where do we want to continue? Let's probably move on to the sign up page. So on the sign up page, as you've seen before, what we want to do is we have this number input on the sign up page and a little, we're going to want to open that, and the login has some more buttons. So let's do the sign up page now. We definitely need a function that will already call const on sign up. We will implement that later because this is where Clerk comes in, and we're gonna put some focus into making sure that that part works. Now what we want to do in our view is let's use some styling here, and we can use the default styles.container. Could I have used this before? Maybe, but it's a bit different now. Also, if we check out the previous one, we're going to see that the header area is definitely different. So we're going to have to work on that part as well in a second. But let's continue one by one. We're going to add some styling here. Default style. I think I have like a header as well. Yep. Let's use that one and call it Let's Get Started. Okay, so we have a nice big text up here. And then we can also use a description text below that, which uses our default styles description text. That's the whole point of using this in the first place. Then we come to another block, which is our input container. This is going to be a bit more challenging. So let's add React Native style sheet down here. And what we're going to do is we're going to use for the input container margin vertical, so it has some space to the top and bottom, and a flex direction row. All right, and then we're gonna use it in here, the input container. This is only the container for our text input elements. So we can now place these text inputs in here. I don't want to use the React Native gesture handler yet. I want to use these like this. Placeholder, phone number, yeah, that's actually mostly accurate. The keyboard type is also not that bad. And let's close it. So we're gonna use the input styling down here. Can we? No. We want to use these styles. Okay. So in the first part, we're gonna actually have like the country code, and then we're gonna have the input for the actual phone number. I won't make a big deal out of the country code. You can also like do something where you click it and it opens an overlay and you search for the country. Actually, in this case, I will do it in a pretty easy way. So what I want to do is I will just use my colors here. And then we can put the value to a country code use state value. So let's get this, and then we have it down here. So I will just use like a default country code. Our mobile phone number input should somehow look a bit different, because right now this is definitely not looking like it should. This should take up a lot more size. And actually we don't have any styling. So let's change this. Let's change the background color to colors.light gray. So we actually see the fields. That's good. Then we add some padding around this or inside of it of 20. Okay, that makes the fields a lot bigger already. And we add a border radius of 16, giving this a nice rounded border if we don't mess this up. And a font size of 20 to up these a bit. And margin horizontal, let's just use margin right of 10. Okay, yep, that looks good. We could have probably also used a gap. That should work. Additionally, my second input should take up most of the space. So you know what to do. We're going to make this an array. And then we're going to say, okay, this one has flex 1. So it will span across this. Now what we see is that if I press K, we get this number input because we've used the keyboard type numeric. And we also want to use a state here for the actual phone number. So let's add this. We can use the value phone number, and on change text I want to call set phone number. Also, I think we have the placeholder, and you can, if you want to, also set the placeholder text color to something like our gray color. Okay, this looks pretty good. I think we're fine. I just want to make sure that, well, let's see, what are we doing next? We need a button. We need a button below this. So let's probably do this. So I will use the link component from Expo Router again. href goes now back to the login. So in case you already have an account, I'm going to use as child here. And then I will use a touchable opacity again. This one doesn't really require any styling. So we just use style here. Default styles, and this is a text link. This is just a text link. Already have an account, log in, something like this. That should work. What I want to do, by the way, is if I click on this link, it's currently pushing the sign up page. But usually in that case, you kind of want to replace this. You can just tell the link to replace this page. And if you do it, it's still pushing this. But if you go back, you're back here. So by default, it's pushing on the view stick. But if you say replace, it will replace the views in the stick. So just a little one of these tips that you're going to see across these clone tutorials. Now, let's continue with another touchable opacity at the bottom, because what we need is, of course, a way to then say, okay, sign in. This one uses some styling, and I'm pretty sure it will be an array. So we're going to use the pill button and please, I don't know. Yeah, on press, actually on sign up. Yeah, that's cool. That's not too bad. Not too bad. Copilot figuring this one out. However, we also need a text in here. Let's use default styles dot button text and then sign up. Where is it? Where is my view? I don't see it anywhere. Oh, it's actually here. We haven't set the background, I think, for our pill button. Let's do probably a conditional background here, because if the phone number, where am I? I need to be here in the array. If my phone number is unequal to an empty string, I will use styles.enabled. So I'm gonna have to do like an enabled style, or I have a disabled style. Disable. Okay, so in the enabled case, I want to set the background color to the primary color, of course. Let's see, background color, colors, primary. And in the other case, I want to set the background color to primary muted. Okay, so now we can use this up here. So if the phone number is something, I want to use enabled. And otherwise, I want to use disabled. On press sign up, I already got all of that. We just need to make sure we're not messing up the styling too much in here. Okay, yeah, this belongs into that block. Okay, I hope we... Oh my, we completely messed this up. Phone number, then we got this one. I think we got just too many brackets everywhere. Yeah, I don't know what are you doing with this line here. This is how it should look like. Okay, now one more thing. I kind of want to push this sign up button to the bottom. We can do this by simply injecting a view here and giving it style of flex1. Okay, so this should push the sign up to the bottom. Now what happens if I toggle the keyboard? The button is not visible anymore. To fix this, we can now surround our view with a keyboard avoiding view. Let's do this. Keyboard avoiding view. There are different ways to handle this. We will just go with this one. I will use style flex1, so that shouldn't destroy anything. If I just wrap it now around my app, we're gonna get this. We still don't see the button. There are a few things you can set here. So first I want to set the behavior to padding. And by the way, in the simulator you can press Command K to toggle the hardware keyboard. Okay, but it's still hidden. Why is it still hidden? Because the offset is incorrect. And we can now set the keyboard vertical offset to something like, let's say 80. If I do this and then do it again, we see it works a whole lot better. It could also probably be like 90, but that's fine. The thing is, this could be different for Android. So we're gonna use something like keyboard vertical offset here, and we're gonna check if the platform is equal to iOS. Then I want to use like 90, and otherwise on Android we're gonna use something else. So I will just use the value of keyboard vertical offset, which means I click here and the sign up is in the perfect place. And also it should be disabled. Why is it not disabled? My phone number is an empty string. Value change, and my touchable is pearl button. Okay, yeah, this is setting the background color. This is certainly wrong. This is not what I want. This is in general not what I want. This is oh, we should have some margin bottom instead. Yeah, that makes more sense. Okay, now it's not in the best place. Yep, that was why I had 80 in the first place. So let's change this, and finally we should be in a fine place. Yes, this is it. Okay, good. Something is missing here. Oh yeah, that's right, the header part. To fix that, we could actually implement something in here, but I recommend you do this in your layout file. So I will add a new entry to my stack now, and you see, you don't have to do this. But if you want to, simply use the name of the file. The name was signup, and previously we had index. And then you can define all the options you're used to from React navigation. So I want to use an empty title here, and I want to set the header back title to an empty string as well. Okay, if I now go to signup, we see no more stuff up here. Header back title is still index. Sometimes you have to like reload the app to make that work. I don't know why it's still index. We're gonna figure that out in a second. I also want to say header shadow visible false. That should remove this little shadow here. And I want to set the background to the same of the page, so it feels like this is one. Let's use header style background color not transparent would probably, no, it wouldn't work. We should use colors. Again, make sure you import the right one and background. So then it has exactly the same background color. And I want to use a different arrow. This blue up there, I don't like it. So we can just implement our own header left button. Let's use touchable opacity in here. And on press, I want to do something. I will figure that out in a minute. And then I will use the icons from Expo Vector icons. Name iOS arrow back. Let's use just arrow back. Yeah, on press is mad. Let's just not implement it in the first place. Okay, so we got this button. I will probably use the dark color. Okay, looks good. Just making this a bit bigger and then we're fine. Cool. Now we just need the functionality. We could wrap this again with a link component, or we could use the router. And at this point, I kind of want to restructure this a tiny bit. So let's do this together in a preparation of what's coming soon. I will call this one here now initial layout. And that initial layout will not return this one, but will actually return the stack stuff. That also means that down here, I want to have a const root layout navigation. And I like to use the same syntax everywhere. So I use it like this. And then I will use my initial layout and I will export default my root layout nav. Okay, we just restructured the stuff so it becomes easier to add context around this in a minute. Additionally, do we have everything here? Oh yeah, we can now use the router, so let's add this. Const router equals use router, a simple hook from Expo Router to access the router. Also, this wouldn't have worked in the first place down here because we need to have that context available. And now we can go back to the touchable opacity and on press, we can call router.back. Let's see, sign up. And we go back. Okay, perfect implementation of what we want. I also want to have a light status bar, by the way. Can we do it like this? Yeah, I think we. Oh, where did I add the? Where I did the empty text string? Oh no, where did I introduce this? Oh, here. Okay, yeah. And we can say status bar, Expo status bar, and I want to use the style light in here. So watch out for the header, the status bar, and just with a little, oh come on, just do a reload. You should turn light. Why are you not light? Status bar style light. Do you have to use dark? Why are you not turning light? I will get you to turn light later. I don't know why you're not yet turning light. Let's see if I can just wrap the gesture handler root view around this. Would that make you happy? Let's see, style. We need this anyway, so this is not something bad. I can't get it to refresh accordingly. We will see. We will see. I'm pretty sure we're gonna conquer that later. For now, do we have Expo status bar? We do have Expo status bar. Maybe if I reload the app and do another reload soon. Anyway, sign up is done. We see it's in the perfect place. It works exactly as we had planned. Now let's copy this whole stuff and move it to the login page. Okay, so the login page will only be tiny bit different. We can probably start in the layout because we just were there, and let's continue here. So let's copy that entry for our login page. I want to use the same stuff, so no title, header, shadow visible, and the background stuff. But this time I want to use for the header right an additional object. So I will just copy this one, header left, and use it for header right. And what we want to use here is a link component, again with an href, and that href goes to the help page. And then we use, of course, as child to make this work. Wrap it around. I don't want anything on press, and of course I want a different icon in this case, so this should be like the help circle. I would really love to have code completion on the icons. That would sometimes be really helpful. Okay, so if I go to login, I can now already go to the help page from here. However, that page should of course be a modal overlay. So we're gonna do another stack.screen. this time for my help page. Options, well, yeah, use title help, but more importantly, we want to set the presentation to modal. We're going to see different presentations later on as well, but for now, this is how you could add your easy modal page on top. Okay, now, actually, let's check out the login again. So on the sign up screen, we just had the phone number input. We have the same here, but just a handful of buttons below the continue button. So really not a big difference on the login page. Maybe just changing a few words here and there. And also calling this one on sign in, of course. So this is what we want to handle. We can have the same stuff set up here, but we will say welcome back and then enter the phone number associated with your account. I think yes, this one should be on sign in. So this should also then be called just like continue. Okay, welcome back. Enter the phone number associated with your account. We also don't need the text link in this case. Okay, so that can be removed. And also I kind of don't like that view. Okay, so this looks a bit better. For the input container, do we have the input container styling? Yes, we have margin row. We have the same input styling, so we could probably have outsourced this into our default styles. Pretty much everything that we have in the styles here. Nonetheless, what we really need now is that view below the touchable opacity to show like the social sign up buttons. Let's make sure we catch the right view, so we stay in the container. This comes after the touchable opacity. After that one, I will add a simple view because we have these like or. You can't imagine how hard it is to like do a decent like 2 lines and an or. I don't know why, but anyway, flex direction should be set to row in this case. We want to align the items in the center and we want a gap of 16. Then we have 2 views with a flex one, height of actually not 1. What I want to use or like to use for these really thin lines, or let's keep this. So you see, this is a height of 1 using light gray. I will just use gray. So you see, it's okay, it's thin, but we can do even thinner. So you can use stylesheet.hairline width, and notice how this turns even thinner. So I want to use this one. And I want to use it twice, and I want to use a simple text in between using my gray color, font size 20, to achieve something like this. Okay, do we need anything else? I think this is good. So now we can just position the rest of the touchable opacities below this. Touchable opacity, touchable opacity, no. Oh my god, I'm so bad. Okay, touchable opacity, here we go. Style, we start again with the default styling. Oh, these brackets, I hate them, and now I'm so bad. Default styles dot pill button. For the background color, I think I want to use like white, but let's see. I'm gonna figure that out in a second. Okay, let's see and close this. I want to put in an icon here. I want to use first of all the, let's say, name male, size like 24, and let's use just black in this case. Okay, this is the icon, and then I have the text component. So, oh no, I messed this one up. I'm really good at messing stuff up today. And the text should also have some sort of default styling. I think I defined something. Button text, yeah, button text looks good. And we're gonna say continue with email. All right, so if I close this now, that looks like a perfect button. We don't even see the text. So let's add color. Yeah, I made these really generic. Okay, that's okay. Problem is that we still need to make the touchable opacity use flex direction row. Okay, we got that. And on top of that, we probably need a bit more. We need a gap of 16 as well between these. That should look good. And some margin top of like 20, so we get away from that. And then I use the background color white. I feel like something on this page. Okay, yeah, that's enough because the background is actually gray, and then this turns white. We can also have like another function for the sign-in type. Maybe that's interesting. So what you could do if you want to handle multiple different styles, you can do like an enum up here, little TypeScript exercise, sign-in type. Okay, and this should do something like phone, email, Google, Apple. Just like this, and close it. Okay, then we got our sign-in type up here, and we can use it in the function to pass in the sign-in type. And you could do like an easy split. So if the type is equal to sign-in type dot phone, we're gonna do our phone authentication, and otherwise you're gonna do something else. That also means that on these buttons, you now need to be careful and you need to pass in the right type in here. So in this case, it's the sign-in type phone, where we press continue. Down here in my buttons, I would have something like on press, on sign in type email. And I will replicate this now for the next one. So what I want to do is I want to use the logo Google. And I also want to do this for the logo Apple. Okay, so this would be Apple, this would be Google, and then you could easily distinguish between the different sign-in types. Did I build this like this before? I'm always curious how I did it before. So yeah, I think this is how I did it for that page. Okay. We have the three buttons. We have the continue button, which should work once we put something in. Our help modal overlay works. This means, I don't know how long it took it, but this is basically our initial sign up login experience that works really, really smooth. There's no logic behind this yet, but we can navigate around between the different screens and we have everything on the screen that we need. So with this perfect setup, we can dive into OTP phone authentication with Clerk now. The next challenge of our clone is to set up real authentication, and we're going to use Clerk, the sponsor of this video. So go check them out at clerk.com. This is really the most comprehensive user management platform. If people ask me why Clerk and not something else, it's not just about the authentication, it's really about the whole user management. There's a lot more to Clerk than just signing in users with email or password or something. If you don't need this, cool, then probably something else is better. But if you're looking for the best way to manage your users in your application, then Clerk is certainly the way to go. We need to install a few packages now in our application. So I will kill that one right here. And what we need for Clerk is the Clerk Expo package and also the Expo Secure Store package, because this will basically store the token in a secure way on our device in combination with Clerk. Additionally, what we want to implement in this clone is phone number authentication. So that means we put in our phone number, we get an SMS from Clerk, it will have a code and we have to verify that code. That means we need a little way to verify this. And I think I used a verification package for this. So I think I used the React Native. I wonder if I ended up using it, because in the past I used it, yes, so I also used it again. Thank you for showing me all of this. I don't really need this, so let this install in the background. My NPM has sometimes problems. We're gonna continue and create an application already here. I will call this Fintech Video. I can enable email. I don't really need it in this case, so I will just enable phone number authentication for now. You see, with Clerk, you could also just enable all of these things and you get like default components. That works a bit better with a web. So on mobile, we're usually using a custom flow from Clerk, but again, shouldn't be a problem. Have you installed everything that we need? NPM installation. That would be really cool. No, you're still doing something. Added config plugin, Expo Secure Store. That's a cool story. So the React Native confirmation code field package is the one I want to use. I think I used this one for a reason. I can't exactly remember, but this one seems to be updated, this fork. So go ahead with npm install React Native confirmation code field. And again, all the commands should be in the GitHub repository as well. Once we got Clerk and we got this, there's still something to do, and that is adding our Clerk key to our environment. So I will add a .env file, and in my .env file, I will put the Clerk secret key. We're in development mode, so I can just copy this. I don't need, actually I don't need the secret key right now. Only thing I need is this one. I will call it Expo public Clerk publishable key. So this will make sure that our front-end application can access it. This is a key that we can have in there because it's a public key. So this is a safe way to expose it. While we got this, let's quickly check out our app.json. So we got the Expo Secure Store here as a config plugin, and that should be enough to run our run command once again. Okay. In my Clerk dashboard, I haven't done anything else. Your sign-in is ready, so if you're on the web, you could now easily use these for Expo. Actually, this is the one we should have copied. I hope we did. Let's check. Yeah, that's the one we got. You can check out the documentation for Clerk. We have installed this one. We have an environment variable, and now we need to put our Clerk provider around our application. That's the next exercise we should follow. So let's go to the layout and surround this one down here with the Clerk provider. The Clerk provider expects some input, so we're gonna give it to it in a second. It needs the Clerk publishable key. Okay, this is hard to pronounce for me. I'm gonna get this from my process.env and use the Expo public publishable key. And then there's a little snippet from Clerk that we need as well. So this is the whole reason why we installed the Expo Secure Store. Make sure you import that as well. It's basically telling Clerk as the token cache, please use this mechanism to store the token. So the token will be stored with a secure store and will be read from the secure store as well. And then down again at our provider, we can simply say the publishable key is the one we have imported at the top. And the token cache is the token cache. You might have to add an exclamation mark here to tell that that key is set. So I'm pretty sure that that key is set. Yeah, I don't know how we could otherwise overcome this. Okay, cool. Our app is now making use of Clerk, and we can actually implement this. So let's go to the sign up screen. And on sign up, we want to use, we need the router now. So let's use the router because we're gonna have to go forward to a new page. I will put this in a new folder actually, and I will call that folder verify, and then do a phone.tsx. Why is Simon doing this? You can check out some other videos I did about the Expo Router and file-based routing. We can have folders just like this. They become part of the URL basically. And if we use the brackets here, we can pass in any kind of information like in the URL and then access that number on that screen. So if I'm on that phone screen, I could now, for example, get the phone by using use local search params from Expo Router. And we could even type this if we wanted to into an object and say this is phone string that's set. Okay. That is the whole story here. Now back to my sign up page, and I want to disable this. I don't want to see the movie all the time. On that sign up page, I want to import something as well from the Clerk package. So I want to import the sign up, and also set active from use sign up. Actually, I don't want to use that active. Just notice that we need to verify the phone number anyway. So we can just use sign up from the Clerk Expo SDK package. And then when we try to sign up, we're going to wrap this in a little try catch block. Await sign up. Is this right? Dot create. This is what we want to use. Then we need to pass in the phone number. Let's try and make the full phone number as a string up front from our country code and phone number. So if we do it like that, we can later use it. And then we're going to call router push. This is actually correct. There are different ways how we could push this, by the way. We could just include it in the URL if we made it a string literal, or if you want to have it more explicit, you can push an object here. And in the object we have path name, and this is always confusing me. It's just lowercase path name. And after that we have the params. And for the params we can then pass in our full phone number. Cool. I can also catch the error and then do a little console. Yeah, error signing up. I will not do this in a very elaborate way today. You can check out the previous WhatsApp clone where we also handled, like, if the user is already signed up, it will trigger the sign-in flow, but I didn't want to complicate this too much. So what this does is, if I enter my phone number here, I will receive, hopefully, automatically an SMS with the code. But we're not that at that point yet. So I want to make sure that we have the right settings. Okay, we have in Clerk set up our phone auth. I don't really need email. If you wanted to enable the other stuff, of course, you would enable email as well. I will disable password because we're only using SMS verification, and I will allow users to change their names. Okay, good. I'm in the right place here. Just need to verify a few things, and that looks good to me. Now, we probably want to implement that verification screen in a second. Let's quickly set up how we would handle this on the login page. So on the login page, we would also add our router. Okay, const router. Okay, this was definitely the wrong import. So use router from Expo Router and const sign in this time from use sign in. So there are different hooks from Expo that we can use. Sorry, use sign in. Did I use property sign in? Doesn't as far as I know, last time I checked sign in exists. Where was there a wrong spelling? I don't know. Okay, let's do another of our classic try catches here. Again, I want to create my full phone number by using my country code and the actual phone number. And then we go ahead, because the sign-in works a tiny bit different. In this case, I need to first check the supported first factors using await sign in dot create. And I want to use the identifier full phone number. Supported first factors. Did I go? Yeah, they should. Yeah, let's do it like this. Sign in should exist at that point. Then we can check if the phone number exists as a supported first factor by checking the strategies. So this is an array we get back. And we can check if phone code is allowed. If that's the case, we can grab the phone number ID from our first phone factor. And with that, we can finally call signin.prepare first factor authentication. And we pass in an object with the strategy phone code and then the actual phone number ID. So it's a bit more complicated than the sign up because there could be different methods how a user can be signed in. Once we get this, we will then call our router push function. I want to go to path verify phone again, and for the params, I will use my full phone number. And one important thing, I will pass in another value sign in true. Okay, if we do it, this will help us on our verification screen. I will also already add it in here, sign in. Okay, this is actually optional string. Can I do this? Yeah, whatever. Because we need to check if we're signing in or if we are verifying a sign up on that screen. So there's a tiny difference between these, and by just passing in another parameter, we are able to catch that information. Now, you can just put in some logging here. I also did something like this and before, so you can check if this is actually a Clerk API response error, and in that case you can present an alert with the correct typings. So a little improvement over just console logging. Now, before we do all of that fun, I will now comment this out in the sign up screen, and I will just go to the next page. Actually, we can keep that and then go to the next page. So on the sign up screen, I will now be able to go to the verify screen. Okay, cool. And we are now able to implement that screen before we actually now 5 times need to trigger a code here. So in this case, we're gonna have a code input that we want to create. So let's do a state code and set code. Use state with an empty string for now. Additionally, I want to have a use effect block here. So let's check. Okay, and this one will be triggered when code changes. I hope that makes sense. So every time code changes, we're going to check if code.length is equal to 6. That's the length of the verification code. And then I'm going to verify my code. We need 2 functions. We have verify code. Let's make this an async function. And we have a second one, const verify sign in. And we're gonna just close it up here. Okay, these are the ones we need to implement. And that also means we can make use of the sign in we passed in here. So if sign in is true, I wanna verify a sign in. If it's not set, I wanna just verify my code. Good. Additionally, let's grab all the stuff from the Clerk hooks. So sign in from use sign in and const sign up and set active from use sign up from Clerk Expo. Where did I go wrong? Oh, it's just taking a second. That was confusing as hell to me. Okay, on this screen we can start by wrapping this in our default styles container, so it's getting the right background color. We can probably also keep it or change in my layout file how that page looks. So most likely we're going to use pretty much the same setup like we had on the sign up screen. Let's put this somewhere here. So this one is verified. Again, we're really using the path to that file as the name here. So again, title, header back title, header style, and header left will look like this. Okay, so let's try. Yeah, that looks good. And on our verification screen, we can now implement our cool inputs. We're going to use the same text and descriptions like before. So yeah, this is the number that was sent to that page. That's already a good indicator. And at the bottom, we're going to have another link component from Expo Router, where we can like go back. So let's say we have something to log in. Do we need this here on this screen? Can we? I wonder if we actually can do what I think we can do. So this is the one we had on the login screen as well. It could probably be the case. Doesn't really matter too much. Okay, so whatever, sign up, and then we have that link. In between, we have our code field, and that's the important part we need to figure out now before we can finally implement our Clerk Auth. So for the code field, as I said, this is the package we want to use. It gives us a pretty cool way to create a view. There are some basic things that we can use and that we should use for this. So first of all, we have a cell count up here, and we have an import statement up here. Let's get this imported. And then we have a cell count that they recommend. So in our case is of course cell count of 6. Additionally, there was like a little hook here to update the value and to have a reference. Let's see how we can fix this. Usually they just pass in a value, and their value is the state here. So they use the name value, and then it is included here. In our case, the name is phone. So I will use value phone, and the same down here, value phone, and set value set phone. Actually code. Oh, that was a good catch. That could have taken me long to debug. Set code should be here, and up here it's as well code. Okay, code, and set value set code. Nice, we dodged that bullet really quickly. Now we can bring in the code field. Okay, let's add the code field somewhere here. And where is it read? Oh, I haven't added style sheet probably. Yeah. Why should you add that? I should, like, whenever I start the page, it should just add style sheet. It's so annoying. Okay, anyway, we got code, we got set code. We don't have the root styling, so is this page giving us some roots? I think I found the root styling. Code field root, cell root, focus cell. Yeah, we're gonna try and grab this, but most likely we need a bit different styling, but we should be able to see it at this point. Yep, there we go. So we can input something. This is not the final UI, but most of it is already in place. We got the code field, it updates automatically. It has a cell count of 6. It's using the number pad. It has a one-time code. And then we have the render cell function, which has index. Yeah, I think I want to do this in a tiny bit different way, because I want to have a separator in the middle. The way to do this is I'm basically wrapping this with a fragment here. Okay, and then I have the view and check if the index is equal to 2. So remember 0, 1, 2. Then I will add the separator styling. So the separator will just be like a little line that I include down here with the separator styling. Okay, let's bring this in from constants. And I think I messed up something as well. Here we have cell root and cell text as well. Let me just use my initial styling. I think I found this. I will look this up again in a second. So for the cell field root, we have some margin and gap for the overall fields. We now see we have this little arrow here. No, it's not an arrow. It's my separator view. And otherwise this will just return null. So only if the index is 2, it will render this additional separator. And then we have our cell text and cell root, which is using pretty much the same stuff the default uses here. Okay, that means we, I think, have everything in place. Let's add a little lock in here. Okay, let's lock the code here. And we should now see if I press the last digit, it locks out the code. So that means when we enter the last digit, it locks the code, and that's the place where we now want to plug in our verification with Clerk. Now to finish that whole flow, we just need to implement the verify sign-in and the verify code, because we've on the login and sign up requested the code, we've now entered it, and then we finally need to verify it. Let's do this again with the try catch block, and we're gonna say await sign up. So this is the verify code, which happens after the sign up. Attempt phone number verification, and I attempt this by passing in my code. Additionally, we can have the same catch block like we had before. So if we do have a Clerk API response error, we can actually use the correct types here. And for the alert, Did we get the right? Oh, we did right alert. That is epic. Visual Studio, you still surprise me sometimes. But this is not everything. This is only verifying this on the Clerk side. We also want to make sure the user is activated afterwards. So what we call the set active, which we imported, we destructured from the use sign up hook. And we passed in the new session, and the session comes from sign up dot created session ID. Now, this will complain because we can't do it like this. So in this case, I will use an exclamation mark because set active. Which is possibly undefined. No, this is not possibly undefined. I just told you that it's not undefined. I intentionally said it's not undefined. You can't tell me it might be undefined. Sorry? Did I get something wrong here? Set active with my session. Oh, set active can also be undefined. Yeah, great. Good catch. Yeah, TypeScript is great. Now, in this case, I just want to do it like this because we are anyway in a try-catch block, so it doesn't really matter too much. Now, let's move this to verify sign in. In this case, I will, of course, use the sign in object instead, and I want to call attempt first factor authentication, and I will supply, again, the strategy, not phone number. Actually, this is phone code. Good, and the code, and afterwards I will also call set active, but again with sign in dot created session ID. Where are you mad about this time? Created session ID from I have no idea. Was there created session ID? It's completely, I don't know. There's so many mysterious bugs today and like errors. I don't know. Okay, we now get a lot of errors here because we're trying to automatically verify this code because our code length is equal to 6, and so one of these is called. That's of course not great, so we should pretty soon test this with a real code. I think we've actually finished everything we need. So since we don't really have the inside area yet, let's do a simple thing. Within our initial layout, I will add is loaded and is signed in from use auth the hook from Clerk. Okay, and now we can add an additional block somewhere. Let's do it after this one. So I will add a use effect block, and we actually really need this block in a second. And we'll make this dependent on is signed in. So if we're signed in, I will just lock that something changed. So right now is signed in is false, but once we now trigger our flow, this should change. So let's give it a try. I am not signed up, so I will now pass in my phone number. Do you still remember the times when you did not know your phone number? Okay, so I probably got a code now if I correctly inserted my phone number. I actually don't know. I think I used the right one. But I feel like we made a mistake somewhere along the way. So let's get back to this and let's see. Okay, on phone we haven't saved, but that shouldn't be the yeah. You know, this feeling like this could have easily cost us about half an hour of debugging time. Why it's not verifying my phone number? So on the sign up, we commented this out. Make sure you correctly comment this in, otherwise you won't even use Clerk in the first place. Okay, let's try again. I'll put in my phone number. Oh, this could have taken me like at least 50 minutes of debugging. I'm so sure. Let's see. Did we now get this? Did I actually hit save? Did we do? Yes, we did. Error signing up? No. I still didn't get the code. Sign up, create, and we were pushed to the next page. So this was definitely called. Which part is incorrect? I mean, we should get an error signing up if something goes wrong. So we didn't really catch that one, which means sign up should have sent out that code. I think I also used the right number. Let's try. Let me debug this quick. Apparently we forgot a very important line, which is sign up, prepare phone number verification. I forgot that after create we have to call this on our sign up page. I think on the login everything's fine, but now it should finally work. So let's do it one last time. And I'm really optimistic that at this point I should get a message. So let's wait a second, and then if I did no mistake, here we go. This is my code. So I will put in the right code, 664675. I sometimes try to remember the code. Here we go, we are signed in. So this is the log we have at our layout function at the top. So is signed in changed from the Clerk authentication. And we could now use this point to bring the user to our inside area. That's actually on purpose. We haven't done any kind of routing on the side on the phone verification screen. We will do all of this in our is signed in use effect block right here. So if you are able to retrieve a code, enter it, and then see the log that you're signed in, and also check out your Clerk dashboard for users. Yes, I do have a total of 1 users at this point. Then you're ready for the next step, which is to build the inside tab bar area and protect it with authentication using Expo Router. Okay, so let's quickly bring up a little tab bar for our inside area. For this, we're going to use groups in our layout. So I will start by adding an authenticated group. And we do a group by not adding a file like I did, but by using a new folder and calling it, for example, authenticated. The name doesn't really matter. What matters is that we're using it as a group. If you use the brackets, it's just like grouping together things that have their own layout. So I will also do another subfolder called tabs now. So let's do tabs, and within the tabs, I will finally have a new file that is an _layout.tsx. React Native functional export, you can call this layout or page, doesn't really matter too much. And on that page, I want to now use tabs. We can import the tabs from Expo Router, and let's add just 2 tabs, or let's add a few. So there's the index.tsx. Actually, I will not use an index. Let's call this one home.tsx. This is one page, and then I will copy this a few times. So we will also have like an invest page. We're gonna have, what is it else? Lifestyle page. Then we have a transfers page. And we probably at some point also have a crypto page. Okay. So with all of these in place, we can remove the text here. And if we just do it, we would be able to get to the inside area. Now, we are also talking about making sure that these pages are authenticated or protected. So now we come back to our topmost layout file. In here, we already get the state of our signed in, and we've seen the logs here. If we check it out, I get a lot of use signed in. Actually, in the beginning, it's undefined, so that is cool. That means we have actually 2 values. We also have is loaded. So if is loaded is not set. So if either the loaded from Expo for the fonts is not yet ready, or our Clerk SDK is not yet ready, I want to return just a text loading. If you don't return anything at this point, it usually gives you an error, and you need to have some sort of index file at the top. So I think this should actually prevent this. You can also have like a loading spinner, it doesn't matter too much. Now what I also want is to get the segments. So use segments from Expo Router. This will help us to understand where exactly in our app we are currently. So let's start. If we are not loaded, by the way, here, then I will just return in my use effect. In the case that we are in an auth group, so in auth group is true if segments at the index 0 is equal to what we just added, our folder called authenticated segments. Where's my segments? Didn't I? Segments. Okay, this is what I want. Now we can check if the user is signed in and we're still not in the auth group, which basically means we're on the login screen. Then I want to bring the user to the authenticated tabs folder. Do I have to supply something? Yeah, of course I do. So let's do like home. Yep, that should fix it. In the other case, else, if we are not signed in, I don't really care where the user is, but I want to bring the router using router.replace back to my not login. Actually, we can bring, yeah, we're going to bring the user back to slash. And then we have is signed in. Now, if I hit save, this should immediately work because in auth group will be false. We're still on the login screen, as you can see. So here, that like our first screen, and is signed in will be true at some point. So is signed in true, and we are still here. So boom, we are brought back to authenticated tabs home, and voila, there we go. Now, a few things are off here. We don't really have any icons, and our page looks kind of messy. So let's quickly fix this in our layout. We can actually do this if I will just copy this one stack screen here. And I will tell that the authenticated group and then the tabs group does not have a header. So header shown false. That's usually a problem you're going to encounter with different navigations if you have tabs inside stacks. So now this should be fixed. If I go around these, I can already see the different tabs. Cool. On top of that, we can quickly style this tab bar a bit more. So where are we gonna start? Maybe we're just gonna add a couple of buttons. So we can do this just like we did before for different screens. So let's say for the home screen, I want to define some options. Or whatever this is. No, let's not yet implement it. And then you can close it. Let's see. I want to supply the title here, which should be home. And I want to have a different tab bar icon. At this point, I do have size and color available. And I can use these to create an icon. So actually, I want to use font awesome this time. So let's use font awesome name registered. Oh, actually, I do have code completion here. And then we have an icon like this, which is similar, pretty similar to the color of the icon of the Revolut app. We can also do some general settings up here with screen options. For example, I want to say that every tab bar active tint color should be colors.primary. Okay, so now we have like this purple kind of thing. And with that in place, we can now simply set up the other screens. So for invest, I use a line chart. For transfers, I use exchange. For lifestyle, I will use the font awesome TH, which is like a group. And then we had as well for crypto, I will just call this one crypto and use Bitcoin. And so we do have a tab bar with 5 different icons. We have our own tint color, and especially this is now protected with our hook up here with the use effect. So whenever the authentication would now change to not signed in, this would immediately strike and immediately bring back the user to our login page. With that being said, I just want to mention that real security should always happen at your backend. So never trust the front end completely. Users might still be able to fake something to get into an inside area. So always make sure your API is protected. But we now have everything in place from the login, sign up to the tab bar setup, and we can work on the actual inside functionality of our Fintech Clone, and it's going to be amazing. We have now arrived in the home area, and if we check out the GitHub repository, this is basically what we want to focus on right now. Actually, we won't talk about that header area. We're gonna do that a bit later. For now, the only thing that's interesting is the stuff in the middle. So we want to create this little overview of the account. We want to have some reusable components here for these rounded buttons. And then we also going to use something called a native drop-down menu. So you're going to see this menu here looks exactly like a native iOS menu. And I was actually inspired by this, by a tweet from Evan Bacon a while ago, where he used these kind of menus in an example on Twitter. And I actually found how he did it. Because there is something called Zigo from, of course, Fernando Rojo, who has been guest on the Rocket Ship podcast. Check it out. That episode was really, really great. And Zigo is basically beautiful native menus for React Native and web inspired by Radix UI. So let's start our adventure into the home screen by setting this up already. So we're going to install these. We're using Expo SDK 50, so this is not an issue for us. And because this is, as far as I know, this should just be an npm install. So we got React Native iOS context menu and React Native iOS utils. I don't think we need to do a new pre-build. Well, we're gonna try. I'm not entirely sure if that is really the case, but we're gonna try without it for now. Okay, let's put this down. Let's see, here's the app, still up and running. We can close the layout, we can close the tabs, we can close all the other tabs for now as well, as we want to focus entirely on our home screen. So for fake purposes, I will just use a balance right now. I can actually just set a fixed value of like, whatever, something like some amount. And then we're gonna keep it like home. So as I said, we're gonna work on that specific custom header a bit later. For now, we're gonna keep it like it is. But I will definitely wrap my view in a scroll view already. As the style here goes, I will set the background color to my default background colors. So here we go. And then we're gonna put in a view here. With some stuff. We of course also need our style sheet. So React Native style sheet goes here, and then this one goes up here. The first thing we need is the account styling. So I will call this styles.account. And what we're gonna do for the account styling is basically making sure that it's just centered and has a lot of margin at the top, and align the items in the center. And now we're gonna just put in, actually we're gonna probably put in two things, because we have the balance. So what did we have before? Here we go. We have the balance and we have the currency symbol. So we're gonna do this in another row. I will call this styles.row, very creative from me. And row, probably Copilot can figure out what this will be about. Okay, so we got text. The one text will be the balance, and we're gonna make this more dynamic in the end. And the other text will be the currency. I'll just set this to euro for now. Okay, so here we go. This is my balance up here. Of course, that's not correct. So let's use more styling, styles.balance, and also styles.currency. And then we can beautifully make all of this balance and currency. Is this exactly as I want? Not completely. So for the row, I want to make sure, yes, there we got this. Actually, I want the items to be at flex end. So you see that moves this to the baseline here of the view. But I still want to justify the content in the center. Why are you not closing the brackets here, Copilot? There's no sense. Okay, we also need a little gap in here, maybe something like 20. That's too much, maybe 10. Yeah, that's good. So we really want to make our account balance stand out in a Fintech Clone. For the currency, we really want to use, let's use just for a 20 and probably 40, maybe 50. I don't know. You can play around with these values and font weight. That was really bold before, but actually not too bad. Actually, that was pretty good. Okay, for the currency, we also want to use some font weight. So let's use font weight 500 this time. That will make it a bit bigger. We don't really need margin left because we already have the padding. So I think this should be it. Then remember, we have this little action row below. Okay, this action row consists of rounded buttons. We're gonna make some custom components, but for now, the action row will have a flex direction of row. We're gonna have some space between the elements, and we're gonna also add some padding here. We're gonna put this right below our account. So let's call this one styles.actionRow. No, yeah, okay, there's no closing element. If I would use a simple button, it would now look like this. Where did I put in a string? Oh yeah, thank you. It will look like this, but it will space this stuff evenly once we have multiple. So if I have 4 of these, you can imagine then we gotta have like 4. That should be fine. Now, actually, let's develop our component right away. I will do a new file at components /round button.tsx. So you can actually put both of these, like you can have the folder name included once you type this. Do I want to call this round? I will call it round button, so that makes it a bit smaller. Okay, and then we have the React Native functional export for round button. That button has an icon and it has a text, and it should probably have an on-press handler. Let's directly use this in my home screen. So then we're going to directly see how it works. We can import this here. And we should define a little type. Let's define a type round button props. This will have a text, which is a string. It will have an additional icon, and this is interesting. Usually, yeah, you can pass the icon as the name, but then you're gonna get a lot of TypeScript issues. So what you can do in our case is use type of icons dot default props, and then it will work a lot better. And then you're gonna have an on-press handler. So on-press, I wanna do something. That makes it a lot easier because now on our homepage, we can already say, okay, the first round button should have the icon, let's call it add. And it should also have the text add money. And then we have also the on-press handler here. So on press, I want to call something on add money. So let's add that function real quickly up here. Const on add money. We're going to do something. Equals. Okay. Now the only thing he's complaining about is our icon. Type icon is not assigned to... I haven't used... I think I should be fine, actually. I don't know why the round button is complaining over my icon type of Ionicon's default props. Type of I honestly don't see a problem with that. It should be just fine. I feel like today something's not working with me. It's more working against me. Property icon does not exist on type intrinsic attributes. I would actually say that icon does exist, just as text and round button. Are we using the wrong round button or what's going on? Oh, probably. Do we have to supply it in here to make sure it works? Icon text on press from round button props would this make you happy? Oh yeah, that will make you happy, of course. So let's exchange all 4 of them, and then we can easily develop our quick round button. So the round button, it's no magic, but I just wanted to show you how you can or how you can structure your apps in a bit better way. So you don't want to put everything into these pages. You want to do as many components as possible, and when it makes sense, to create a component that you can then reuse. All right, touchable opacity. Style, we don't have styling yet, so let's add style sheet in here as well. Style sheet goes up here. And then for the styles, I want to use, first of all, a container styling. That should just be for aligning the items in the center and then adding a little gap between them. All right. And also this one has the onPress handler. So onPress, I will just call the onPress that was passed from the parent to our child component. Inside of the touchable opacity, we have a view which first holds the ionicons using the name. So if we wouldn't have used type of ionicons, if this was a string, this is the point where it would complain. Okay, type string is not assignable to types, whatever. And by doing it like this, we can solve that. I don't want to use black color. I want to use colors. Did I add already colors? Colors.dark in here. So then we have the plus signs, and after that we're gonna add some text with the actual text. Okay, so this is a pretty good start. Let's add some styling for a circle here, because that is what our button will be. We'll actually use a width and a height of 60, so we can use 30. I want to use a light gray background and I want to center the items. So give this to your view and we have the rounded button. And then we just add styles.label down here. Add the label here. And then with a font size of about 16, yes, and a font weight 500 and the dark color, we should have nice little labels. So the only thing missing is how or what we pass to these labels. So we can now simply exchange this to refresh, and I don't know, I called this, I think, exchange, and then I had the list icon and details. And actually these don't really need anything. I think we can make the onPress handler optional. Okay, then it should work. Okay, and for the final one, it gets interesting because we started this video by saying we want to have native menus. And this is the point where I want to use a native menu. So that last one will actually be a dropdown. And I want to create this as its separate component because that works a lot better. So I will call this dropdown.tsx, React Native functional export. And the dropdown will then have a round button as its trigger. Okay, sounds more challenging than it actually is. So let's just get started by putting in the dropdown here instead. Dropdown. And let's see. Let's hit save. Oh no, can we do a reload? I was already signed in. Yeah, here we go. Okay, here's the dropdown. So now we need to structure the dropdown, and this works actually pretty easy. We can now import everything from Zigo dropdown menu. Why are you complaining? I think we did install it, didn't we? We did add. No, actually, we didn't install Zigo. I think we missed that one. npm install Zigo. I just installed the iOS context menu and utilities, but we actually need to install Zigo as well. So if you check out the documentation, there are many ways to use this. But basically, we have a drop-down menu root, we have a trigger, and then we have the menu. And then we can style it however we want. So this is the general setup, and we can now use this in our view. So let's say this down up here is the drop-down menu.root. So that is surrounding our app. Then we have the drop-down menu.trigger. And within the drop-down menu trigger, you want to have some sort of button. In our case, guess what? It's the round button. I want to use the ellipsis horizontal. So let's give like the 3 dots. And yes, that was what I expected. I was really thinking that we could do it without, but we're going to have to do npx expo run iOS again, which installs the native modules. So Zigo was definitely using something. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called native menus. All right. So let's let this continue in the background. In our case, we can already continue because we have the trigger. That will be a button that looks just like the others, but it will trigger the dropdown. And then we can define our dropdown menu.content. I will also directly close it. This is now missing children. So what a dropdown menu needs is, of course, a .item and a key. So I will just call this, I don't know, statement. And within that item, we can then have a drop-down menu. So if these words are getting too long for you, you can pick something else up here. So just call it DM or whatever you prefer. But we can now have something like an item title. We can have an item image, a subtitle. So what I wanted to do was item title and call this one statement. Okay, and I probably also want to have a drop-down menu.item icon. And this one's getting interesting. Okay, let's just press enter. Okay, so this already opens statement. And if you want to use the native icons in there, you can actually use, let's see if this is explained somewhere. You can use the iOS SF symbols. Where is it described? It should be described at least somewhere. With Solito, Next.js, this is the usage. Maybe in the styling guide? Nah, not really. At some point that was definitely described. Let's see, item icon should be. Okay, on iOS it renders an SF symbol if you provide one. And an SF symbol is one of these. So actually download these and search for a few icons and then you can get the name of these icons. So in my case, what I want, for example, for this one is, we can supply this in here now for iOS. I want to use the icon with the name, oh my, list.bullet.rectangle.fill. And you see it immediately turns up. And then you can also change the point size here. I will change this to 24. And then you see we have a bit bigger icon. And this is how we can create this. Now we can of course have an onPress handler and then it would return something, but in my case it was more, or in this case, it was more about showing you how you can do these native menus. So you can now do whatever you want. I'm gonna call this one converter, and then we'll say converter. And then you will have a second one in here and you can just continue whatever you want in here. So let's add just two more. And then you have this beautiful native dropdown. You can specify more settings as you want. So simply check out the documentation of Zigo. It is a pretty cool tool by Fernando Rojo. You can, as far as I know, on the root component, define the sides, the offset, the collision padding. So really, as always, when Fernando is doing a library, he has done great documentation and this is really, really cool. Okay, at this point, we see our account balance, we have a scroll view, we have these cool rounded buttons that we can use. So let's see how we can actually use them in a pretty realistic way with an actual state management library. If you have an account balance in your Fintech Clone, you have usually retrieved it from the server, or in some cases you have a local state. And for state management, there are various approaches out there. However, Zustand, or as we Germans call it, Zustand, is one of the best ways to manage your state in React and React Native applications. It's one of the easiest ways. You can simply run npm install Zustand. I will just call it Zustand. Do you want to call it Zustand? I don't know. I feel like if I say Zustand, people from the United States or the rest of the world don't know what I'm talking about. If I say Zustand, people from Germany are gonna say, why is a German saying Zustand instead of Zustand? I don't know. I don't really care about it. Anyway, you know what I'm talking about. And this library in itself is great. We can use it as a state. We can keep track of stuff. But if you also want to persist state, there's nothing better than adding a middleware. And the MMKV package from Mark Rosavi is probably the best and fastest key value storage for React Native. And we can use MMKV in combination with Zustand, which is like, it is like the perfect match, really, these two together. So I want to show you how we can use these together in an application. Again, make sure you install all of the packages, and then we're going to have to do a new run with our new prebuild by calling npx expo run. In the meantime, while our app is compiling new, we can head over to the setup of those two packages. So let's do a new folder. I will call this one store, and we're going to add two files. So I want to add the mmkv storage.ts, and I want to add the balance store.ts. In the mmkv storage, is there a description? Yeah, we can actually see it as a middleware wrapper. So let's just copy over this exact snippet here from React Native mmkv. This one creates a new storage using mmkv, which saves our key and value pairs using, I think, C or C++, I don't know, in a really fast way, definitely on our device instead of using async storage. You can give this an ID if you want to, so I will call this balance storage. Then it creates this const. I will actually preface this with export so we can actually use it somewhere else. And it's just an implementation, just like we did with our Clerk token cache. So probably we could also use mmkv now for our Clerk token cache, but it's using secure store because it's a token and a bit more secure. This one is an adapter now for mmkv storage engine. And with this file, we can now head over to our balance store and define our actual Zustand store. Did I define this in a completely wrong file? Yes, of course I did. So back to the balance store. I want to start by defining what a transaction actually is. So I will say interface transaction. And I know this is a bit like a long shot. In a real fintech application, you probably would retrieve all of this from a server. However, I felt like it could be a cool idea. So we have the ID, maybe we have a title that is a string, we have the amount and a date. And then we want to define our interface for a balance state. Okay, this is not the first thing you're going to see in the Zustand documentation because they make it really easy. Like, just bring up that store, use create from Zustand, and then you're all good. But we want to use it in the TypeScript way. And with TypeScript, it looks a bit different. So in the way of using TypeScript, we would say use balance store, and then we will call create from Zustand. Why are you not importing create? Well, let's import it ourselves. Okay, we got create here. Then we would put in our balance state. Then we would use brackets because that makes TypeScript happy. Let's leave it like this because it's compiling. But what the state holds is an array of transactions. So this is an array of transactions. Then we want you have something like running a transaction on our state. So we would pass in a transaction and it would run a function. Then we could calculate the whole balance. Let's calculate this and return a number, or let's, for debugging purposes, also add a function to clear transactions, which would be another function here. Now let's try and get our brackets right at this point. So I will open up new brackets. And I will now call persist. I will call persist around our application. So this comes, I think persist comes from another middleware package of Zustand. And to persist, we got two arguments. So the first argument is our state and how it changes. There are two, are they just set and get that we can access? There's maybe more to it, but set and get is what we can access within our state. And beware, really, the brackets might get horrible at this point. Anyway, I will leave it like this because we have a second argument as well. And that second argument is the option, or are the options. So this one is the name for our storage. I will call this just balance. And now it gets interesting because we can define the storage mechanism. And this is where you plug in your specific storage engine, like we used MMKV. I hope this makes sense. I'm trying to explain it as good as possible. You could use Zustand completely without this. Then if you reload your application, the state is exactly the initial state. However, by persisting the state on disk, we can keep something saved. This is probably not helpful for transactions and fintech, but it's a good way of learning and using this later in other applications. Now, for storage, you could just use like a default JSON storage, but in fact, what we want to do is we want to pass in our Zustand storage from MMKV. And by doing this, we have successfully plugged in our middleware using the fastest possible storage engine. Whew, that was a long shot. We haven't actually implemented the state changes, so let's do this now. In persist, I will start by transactions with an empty array. This is our default state. Then we do have run transaction. So run transaction. Run transaction gets a transaction and then does something. Okay, it's probably mad if I do it like this. So I will just say void for now. Then we do have balance as a function that returns a number. Let's say it just returns null. And then we do have clear transactions, which is also sort of a function. Expression expected. Okay, we're gonna do this. In the case of clear transactions, it's pretty easy. So what we want to do is we want to use the set function from up here. Set and get can be used in all the places of our state. So I can now simply call set and set my state back to an object that has only an empty array of transactions. This is not overwriting the rest, it's only overwriting transactions. For run transaction, I think it's pretty clear what we want to do. So I want to set my state. I want to get all the current transactions. We could use get transactions, or we could also use my state. I don't know if there's a big difference. So what we could, this should probably work, or you could use it like this as a function. So we got state, then we should have brackets around this. And then we would not use get, but we would use state. So the current value of our state and then appending the new transaction. Not a big difference, but anyway, this is the full Zustand state management for our app. Now, there are only two things, so we can only add transactions and then clear the whole storage. That should already clarify how this works in a pretty decent way. So let's go to the home page, and on our home page, we can now import all the relevant things from our Zustand storage. We can actually import the balance, run transaction, the transactions and clear transactions. All of this from use balance store. Okay, great. Now balance is not just a value, but actually a function. And if we call this exactly, we should see a 0. Now on add money, I want to run a kind of random transaction. Let's see. I will call run transaction. The ID will be random. The title will be add money. Date is current date. And for the amount, I will use a random value, either a positive or a negative value. So we hooked this up to our first button. So therefore, when I click this button, I hope to change my state, which I'm not doing yet. But that's just a minor problem. So let's see. Adding money. Let's see. Okay, we are actually adding money. So that means either the money is not added to our transactions or we did something wrong in a different place. Debugging is always fun. Okay, in the use balance store, probably in your case it already works, by the way. Then I highly, oh yeah. I mean, let's always see the positive. Like, don't complain about you messing up. Be happy that you find the bug or found the bug really fast. In our case, I'm always returning balance 0, which doesn't really make a lot of sense. So I will use the get function again, and I will reduce everything here. Let's call it get transactions.reduce. Current value plus t dot amount, and we have the starting amount 0. Yeah, that's actually it. Yep, it seems to work. Nice. it currently looks very random. That's because it's we're either adding something or subtracting something to our account. Let's make this a bit more obvious by probably having a list of transactions. So let's do a view. We do want to call this one style styles dot. Oh, we can actually use the default styles once again, and then the section header. Yep. And then transactions. Then we should have a nice little text string. Where did I add a text string right now where I shouldn't add it? I completely. It should just be a text element. It's such a. Okay, so here we go again. We got the transactions, and now we can do the actual transactions view. So styles dot transactions, and then we can put in if transactions length is equal to 0. In that case, I want to have some little fallback. So let's just do no transactions yet. I also don't really have the styling yet for transactions, so let's put this down here. For transactions, what we need is some margin. Margin, let's say horizontal of 20. Let's just put it like this. I want to see if this works. We close this. What are you mad about now? There's really no problem. We could probably say just end. Okay. But we do actually have transactions. That's the problem. So let's hook up our second button. Let's just use the exchange button. And on press, this button will call clear transactions from our state. So if I do it, it hooks this up and we see no transactions yet. We probably can add a bit of styling here. Let's say padding 14 and colors dot gray. Okay, so no transactions yet. Actually, that looks horrible with the padding. But maybe we're gonna give some additional styling to my transactions. Let's see, 2 transactions. We should probably say padding 14 as well, usually, and a background color of white. So we're gonna give this like a rounded border radius of 16 and a gap between elements of 20. Okay, so now it looks good. If I add something, this disappears because now we do have transactions, and that means I can map them. Transactions.map, and for every transaction we can now create a little view. So for every transaction I wanna do a view where the key is the transaction ID. I'm gonna close this already, and then we can put in, let's say, a circle again. Do I already have the circle styling somewhere? Styles.circle. So that would be pretty cool, because then I can put in Ionicon, which is either plus or minus. So we can have Ionicons, and the name would be something. Yeah, we don't have the circle styling yet. We do used it in the round button, I think. Can we just, yeah, that looks somewhat good, I think. Only thing is, yeah, iOS cache doesn't exist. Let's say this is add. Okay, and I want to make this use the dark color, yes. And I want to check if the amount is greater or smaller. So let's check transaction.amount is greater than 0. If that's the case, I want to use add, and otherwise I want to use, is it remove, I think. So now I can have multiple, and we see already for the transactions, it would display this little item. Also, we probably need to align this, but let's continue because I want to show a bit more information in that view. Let's do a text with transaction.title. Okay, yeah, that looks horrible. So that indicates that we need some styling up here. We need styling for flex direction row. Okay, this is, oh, I put it in the wrong place. Gotta be careful here. Okay, yeah, that's better. And then align the items in the center. Yep, that's better. And some gap as well. Good, yep. We're getting there. We're getting there slowly, but we're getting there nonetheless. Next to the transaction title, I also would like to use the transaction date. I will just call to local date string, making it easy. We're going to probably use a format library later. For now, I really just want to make this in an easy way. Again, using my own little colors here and a smaller font size of 12 to get this like a little bit below. And up here, we're going to use a bigger font weight. So font weight of like 400. That didn't really turn out. Did 400 change anything in the first place? Yeah, it kind of changes. Yeah, 400 is okay. And I want to give this one flex 1 so it spans the rest of this view. And then afterwards, we can put in the text for the transaction.amount. I will just pass in euro. Okay. Voila, this is our transaction list. We could probably limit this. You can add a little slice here if you want to limit this, but now you see that whenever we add something, it would show our transactions. We can actually do transactions dot, can we do like inverse or what is reverse? I think we can do it like this, right? So now the latest transaction should be at the top. Transaction.date, but to string. Is it because of reverse? That shouldn't be the case. To local. Oh yeah, let's use local string instead. That should be better. Yes, then it works. Doesn't look really great, but yeah, that's okay for now. But I want to reverse the transactions nonetheless. So reverse, please. Okay, and I will update this. I should have the latest 5.8.24. Not really. I do. Yeah, let's clear this. Yeah, it looks like the latest is always on top, but it's also not really sorting this in the right way. I don't know. I didn't came here for sorting that list. Oh yeah, I put it in the wrong place. I completely messed up, as Simon usually does. So this is where we want to put reverse. Is it now better or worse? I honestly don't know. I think it reverses them all the time. Oh my. Okay, anyway. We have a list, we have these icons, we have especially Zustand added to our application, so I hope this gave you a glimpse into how you can manage your state with one of the best state libraries out there, and also how you can plug in MMKV to make the storage even more efficient in your React Native application. So it was really not about building the best list component here or whatever. It was more about managing state with Zustand and MMKV, and we have achieved this. So now let's move on to the next part. Fintech apps are usually very customizable, and so is as well the Revolut app. And notice this down here. There is actually a section of widgets where a user can add new widgets or drag and drop existing widgets into different places, like to make your home screen exactly yours. And this is what I wanted to replicate with you as well. I like to have some challenges, and actually, as always, there is a package from the community. So we already used a bunch of packages like Zigo, Zustand, and all the other packages, the number input. And of course, the great master of all time, William Candillon, has a video that came pretty close to what I wanted to achieve. So he built this drag and drop list of like the Google Chrome tabs where he wanted to do something like this. And I really didn't want to reinvent the wheel. So again, kudos for this section go completely to William. We only do some slight iterations on what he has done. But the source code is right here on GitHub, and we're going to use a bit of this. So let's just try and bring in most of the stuff. So I will bring in the config. Can I just like copy this? Yeah, this is the copy symbol. Okay, we're gonna do this in a separate folder. Let's call this folder under components, new folder. Let's call this sortable list. Okay, and then we're gonna start. We're gonna add a config tsx, just like William. We're gonna hit save. We do have reanimated anyway. We installed this in the beginning, so not a problem. Then we do have an item. Okay. Let's do this again. This is what we probably want to change, or maybe the tile. I don't know. I think the item is fine. And we see there's something outdated, so not as easy as you might expect. We're going to copy the tile.tsx. Okay, tile will look a bit different in our case. And then we have the index. No, we don't really need that one. Yeah, this is what it's called, Chrome here. I will call this my widget list, widgetlist.tsx. Okay, put all of this inside. And then we need one more thing, which is the sortable list. Okay, so we copy that as well. New file, sortable list.tsx. So in the normal case, I would now be completely I would be very mad because nothing works and everything turns red, and I'm like, well, do I really have to use it? But let's say, okay, so getting started, the configuration looks okay. Mostly we're gonna probably tweak a bit here. I will up the margin a bit. Column can be 2. I think we can keep the rest just as it is for now. Then let's check my widget list. So the widget list is using stuff that we do have, and it's passing everything into these tiles. So I will make my tile definitely look different because I don't really want to use the web view. So maybe we're going to start here with a tile of changing things. So let's get rid of the React Native web view, and instead up here I want to add a different sort of container styling. Also in the view, we're going to change a few things. So my container will look more like this. That means I do have a lot of custom styling here because I want to have like shadow opacity and shadow colors. I want to have round borders, and I want to have a specific height for these boxes. For the tile props, we only need an ID. I don't need a URI, and we're going to keep the on long press. And then we also just destructure this into using the ID. And we can actually also use something in here, which is pretty cool. Like we can use our transactions now from our use balance store. So we can also include the transactions here and there if we want to. Now, what I want is actually different widgets, and we create them. Or I would create them now pretty easy, like saying if the ID is equal to spend, we want to have, or we will return our spend widget. If the ID is something else, we're going to return that. So for this one, as an example, we could return a text element. Okay, of course, the import is missing. Text element. And my colors from constant colors. So spent this month, and then some random value. And we can also now use like the transactions or whatnot in here. I would just do this in a pretty easy way. So let's add 4 of these in total. So this would be the spend widget. If the ID is equal to cashback, I would have something like this where it says like 5% cashback with some styling. So for this part, probably check out GitHub again. Where we have all this code. We're gonna go a bit quicker through this because this is a lot of boilerplate, and we're actually only interested in the actual widget list itself. So this is just making sure that we have some dummy stuff. In the recent category, we would have my recent transactions, which is then using my transactions length from our store, which is pretty neat. And finally, we can have something like if the ID is equal to cards, then I would return a card with an icon, and I feel like I return it somewhere where I shouldn't return it. Yeah, I should place it here. So by doing this, we have 4 different tiles. Also, we now fixed the tile, so that's good news. There are just 2 more things that we now need to fix, which is the widget list and the item. So the item, as you can see, holds all the reanimated or most of the reanimated logic of a single item. Now, in line 97, it shows a problem. So in line 97, we do have the scroll view. So why is it mad? Let's check. Okay, up here we also have scroll Y. We can improve this a tiny bit, so we can use shared value directly from React Native Reanimated. And scroll view, the syntax is a bit different now. This should be an animated ref. And then an animated scroll view, and same up here. This should be a shared value of positions, and voila, this actually already solves the problem of this file. So you don't really need to care a whole lot about what's going on in this view beyond this. This should all be fine. It is usually just what's going on with one of the widget items. So now the last missing piece is it the widget list already? That's pretty dope, isn't it? Like, wow. I wasn't sure if that's fast. So instead of having an array of browser window tiles, I want to have an array of these IDs in the widgets. I will also rename this to widget list now, and I will move this for the moment. Let's just, I don't know, render a view. Can't just, just do whatever you want. Because I want to use the widget list and export widget list, because then we can finally place this in our home screen and continue the debugging. So on the home screen, we can now use one of our section headers. So we'll call this widgets down here, and then simply add the widget list. Okay, that's good. We've got a lot of views, a lot of black in here, so a lot to do for us. Let's get back to the widget list, and instead of having the view, we now actually want to use the tile. But for the tile, we don't have a URI anymore. The ID can still exist like this, I guess. And the key, for the ID, I actually only want to use the ID. On long press, true, yeah. This should actually look good. What's the matter here? Let's do a little reload. Encounter 2 children with the same key spent. That shouldn't happen usually. Why is that the case? Well, we have my, I don't really need the safe area view. I want to have the sortable list. That's cool. But below I have title ID dash index, and for the ID I have only the title ID. That is fine. All of that is fine. However, I want to use a view here, and I don't really need flex 1 and whatever. So padding horizontal margin, yeah, we can keep that. View doesn't exist. That's always great. Let's see if we can get closer. Okay, this is progress. We see the list. We have some padding horizontal, which is margin. Margin should be about 20. That's fine. But this list is way too big. And I wonder why that's the case. Why is this the case? Let's give it some margin bottom as well. I think this is also blocking this. On the home screen might also have a saying in this, or might be... No, the home screen, I think the home screen should be fine at this point with our widget list. Home screen should be fine. So why do we have this huge gap in there? Okay, probably let's check out the sortable list. In the sortable list, we have the animated scroll view. On scroll, we're going to do something. Event scroll bounces, falls, and this returns just a list of items. Overall, I think this shouldn't be the problem. So in this case, are we making any mistake in my config? We have a call. I mean, we got the widgets, by the way, right? So this is pretty cool. I only don't understand encounter 2 children with the same key spent. This actually can't be. How is that possible? Well, let me figure this out. Once again, the solution could have been really easy. So in William's example, he's duplicating the tiles and I completely overlooked this. So I just have to change this back to using only our tiles. And actually, we can just pass in tiles then in that case. So let's remove this and reload our app. And we have our 4 tiles. We have spent this month, which is actually a fixed value. We have no recent transactions. So let me put this here. So I'm definitely not covering this. If I do add a transaction, we actually see our last transaction in here. By the way, again, pretty cool with state management. And then you see I can do exactly what I want. And this feels so good. So we're not handling like how and where the user dropped something, and we don't really have like different sizes, but you see that it's possible. So you could have like an add button where you can add a new widget, some predefined widgets, and with Zustand and MMKV, you could then actually use it or async storage, store the position of each of these widgets individually. So this is how we can use drag and drop widgets. And again, under the hood, what William is doing is no magic. You can check out the different lists, how the lists rearrange the items and how the items arrange themselves once you start dragging them. Like they pop out a bit, you notice this little animation here. All of this can be found under item, and all of this is once again using React Native Reanimated and also the React Native gesture handlers. So the core pieces of this cool UI behavior. All right, we got our state, we got our drag and drop in place, and I think we're actually pretty done for now with the homepage. The only thing left missing is implementing the custom header and also working a bit on the tab bar. So before we get into the next bigger functionality, let's tweak this to our needs. All right, so now we want to work on our header area up here, and we want to work on the tab bar as well. So probably the best thing would be if I place this here for this part of the video, so we can swap this around and you can still see everything that's relevant. Okay, cool. What we want to do is we want to add a custom header component, and we want to make this here slightly blurry with a blurry background. So if that blue thing goes beyond it, we should actually notice this. And the way to make this work is to add a new package, which is the Expo Blur package. So go ahead with npx expo install Expo Blur, and you can also check this out right here. This is the blur view package. On Android, this is still an experimental feature. We're gonna install it and then we can use that blur view. Probably wanna start with the tab bar area first because that setup is actually a bit easier. So again, my npm commands simply don't finish. I have no idea why. But anyway, let's see how we can approach this. We are inside the layout of our tab bar right here. And at the top, we already have our screen options, which are the general options for the tab bar. We're currently only setting the tab bar active tint color. Now, we do want to set the tab bar background. And we don't want to set the tab bar background to a specific color like Copilot recommends. No, a lot more. We're going to set it to our own component. And this component is now the blur view. Okay, can we import this somehow automatically? That would be really cool. Visual Studio blur view. How do you? Yeah, that is definitely the wrong path. Thank you for nothing. So let's copy that over. Let's do the manual work. I don't know why we have to do manual work here when we have like AI and stuff going on. Okay, so for the blur view, we can specify a few things. I actually don't know if I don't specify anything. let's see what happens. If I just say, okay, this is my background, we kind of don't really notice anything. So on top of the blur view, I do think we have to do some customization. One thing that I think is required is to also set the tab bar style in this case. And we want to set it to transparent background color. We want to position it absolute. We really only need bottom, left, and right. We don't really need this part. So let's hit save. Okay, what happens is that our tab bar is still in place. But you see, if I scroll something behind it, it's now transparent. So that is a good starting point, because now we can tweak the blur view to our needs. So we can add a style in here. And I will first of all stay flex 1, so it spans across all the available space. And then I will set the background color. Let's say I will set it to red. Okay, this won't be really helpful because we should really have something with transparency. So instead of red, I use something like RGBA and then 0.1. Well, that's not really working great. I think we should also set now the intensity of the blur. So the intensity goes from 0 to 100, and notice this. We are getting this nice blurry background. We can also tweak this a bit more so then it looks a bit better. I think, yeah, that feels really satisfying. So, should we use more? No, then it gets just darker. No, I don't really like this. We want to have this as close as possible to the background. Actually, I think what Copilot recommended here in terms of the elevation and the border top, I kind of like that recommendation because that removes this little border here and it just really gives this blurry, glassy effect for a tab bar. You might like it, you might not like it, I don't know. But this is the way how we can make our tab bar have a nice blurry background. Okay, moving on now to the header area, and I think we can safely switch this around again in that case. So, I would really love to not set a breakpoint here. We don't really want that. I want to have the thing right here. Okie dokie. All right, to get started with a custom header, we should just set up a new component. Let's do this, and let's call this custom header.tsx. Okay, this is my custom header. Now we want to include this, for example, on the home tab. So we go into our tab layout and we search the home page and the home definition. And for home, we will now set my header to the custom component. So this is now my custom header. If we do this, it immediately replaces this and you see the custom header appears up here. I think we should also say header transparent true. Maybe we're gonna do this later. For now, I hope I can remember to come back to this. For now, we're gonna leave it like it is. So let's implement the custom header in our application. The custom header should look somewhat like this. So we're gonna have an icon or whatever this view is to the left-hand side. Then we have a search bar, text input, and then we have two more icons. Okay, nothing crazy, but usually this sort of setup is quite hard to achieve with the default React navigation header. So you do have header left and header right and header title, and probably we could do this, but it becomes a bit easier if we do it like this. All right. I will actually also surround this with a blur view so we can use in the header the same effect like we had on our tab bar. And I will add the style sheet in here because we definitely need a few styles for this. In this case, I will set the intensity to 80. And I just noticed that I did not tell you about one additional property that you can use for the blur view. So you can actually set the tint of the blur view as well. I hope if I put this up here, my hand is not covering this. So you can set the tint to different things. You do an object, you get all these things that you can use. Play around with these. I think I actually used extra light, which turned this even lighter, but still gave me a nice effect on the blur. So then it looks really almost as if this is the background. So play around and figure out the value that you enjoy the most. In the case of the custom header, we're gonna set this as well. So let's set the tint to extra light. I would really love to have this as an object. I think that's a bit better, but well, for now it's okay. Then we're gonna put in a view in here, and that view needs some styling as well. Okay, we're actually gonna make this an array of styles and then remove the text here. So the first thing we wanna have is a link component, or actually we don't really have the account page yet. So later that little round thing for the account will go to the account page overlay, but we're not doing this yet. So let's just do a touchable opacity for now. Touchable opacity needs also some styling. We're gonna set this up in a second. And then we're gonna have a text with some styling. I don't know why it's now giving me this all the time. But anyway, this could be like my credentials. They're not displaying anywhere. So let's start by setting up the container now. We have some general outline. We definitely want to have like the container styles.container in here, and the container should have a flex direction row, and we want to not justify the content like this. We just want to align item center and the content center as well. Additionally, we're gonna have to specify the height of our view. So let's add this in here. Or could we just do it? I don't know why we couldn't just do it in the container, right? Why should we do it in any other way? That totally doesn't make any sense, Simon. Okay, yeah, so let's do it in here. Let's set a specific height. I will set this to 60. And if we do this, we see it changes a bit here in the view, and I will set the background color so we actually see what's going on. Okay, this is currently our header size. That's okay. I want to have a gap between the items as well, so let's add a gap of 10. And let's put in some items now. Okay. So the first one should have the touchable opacity. We're gonna actually use this as round button. Okay, so we don't have to do it inline. My round button should have a width of about 40, I would say. And a height of 40 as well. Then we need a border radius of 20. So where is it? Did we apply this correctly? I think we did, but the touchable opacity is not yet there. Yeah, we should probably also set a background color here. Okay, let's import our colors and use gray. So then, where is it? Where are you, my friend? You must be somewhere. I just can't see you. We have the container. Okay, great. The container does not have any styling. Let's see if I add padding top of 20. Okay, notice something. We do have, actually my thing is coming up here, and I can now have like additional text elements here, and then stuff would be placed hopefully correctly if I put this in the container. So we have the one element, the other one in the middle should probably, it's going to be a text input, and then it will span most of the size. But we have a problem with the height. So I added a padding of, I don't know, 20. So I could do this manually at a padding of 40, but then it doesn't really work out for us. We don't really want to have this as a fixed value. So what we can do instead is you can sometimes use a safe area view, which respects this safe area here on iOS at the top or at the bottom. But usually the safe area view brings some other problems. So the recommended way is actually to extract or destructure this using the use safe area insets hook from React Native safe area context. And with that, we can set our padding top exactly to that value. And see, it's just perfect. This is exactly what you want, because then if you use 40 as a constant, you're gonna have problems on Android because there's no safe area and things will go further down. Okay, additionally, don't worry about this being red. I just made this to showcase what we're doing. In general, this has a transparent background. So this is our header component. And yeah, this is also the problem of the scrolling that we will later fix with our layout when we make the header transparent. Good, that's a good start. We can probably tweak a bit the styling here for our text. Let's say this one should have a color of white. Then we're gonna use font weight of 500 and a font size of 16. Oops, sorry about that. Okay, yeah, that looks a lot better. And then we have our other views. So I made these just like fake views. Now we're gonna do the actual views. So this one is going to be the search section. And I think I actually found this somewhere on Stack Overflow. So if you want to do a search text input with an icon at the front, there's usually a nice snippet on Stack Overflow that you can use for that. Basically, I'm now putting in an icons, name search, size 20 probably, and colors dark. Yeah, that should be fine. And then we do have the actual text input, which you would use. Placeholder search. Yeah, that's fine. Let's also use the placeholder text color and set this to our colors dark. Okay, see, that's what happens if you do it by default. So for the search section, we of course want to make sure that it expands to most of the available space. That's the first part. Then we want to have some, how do we do this? We should probably set the flex direction to row. Flex direction row. Okay, then we do have 2. And then you see, we should probably style this in a tiny bit different way. So let's add some styles for both the search icon and the text input. I will actually not use it like this. I will use styles.input. And for the icon, I will use styles.search icon. So let's work on these at the same time. Search icon, and then we had the input as well. If I spell this correctly, that would be really, really great. Okay, so the search icon will just get some padding. Okay, so now it sits nicely in the center. The search section itself should have a background color, because if we do give a background color to this, we can make this work and look like this is just one thing, although it's actually just a text input here and an icon here. Then we want to make sure that all the items are aligned. We're going to actually use a border radius, making this really rounded. And then align item center and justify content center as well. Actually, do we want to do it like this? Justify align items. I think we're going to be fine. We're going to be fine in a second. So we are in a flex row layout. So the rows is split evenly between the icon and the search input right now. We want to shift the icon here. So we're going to make sure that the text input is now actually taking up most of the space by doing flex 1. Okay, see, this immediately shifts the stuff to the left again. Then we can add to the input a bit of padding top 10, padding right 10, and padding bottom 10, and padding left of 0. Additionally, we don't really need the background color here, so we can just, like if we do this, it won't really change a thing. So we will only set the color for our text, which is then colors dark. And that should be it, basically. I just noticed that we also probably need some padding horizontal on the overall container. So let's use padding horizontal of 20 to shift these things. Nice. I think this is coming along pretty nicely. In my example, I just had 2 additional circle views. So let's see, we somewhere had a circle styling, right? That's quite a big circle. Let's probably take this one here and place it down here. So, okay, do we already have a circle? Oh, we do already have a circle. Why do we have a circle in here? View styles. Oh, I called the first one, let's call this avatar, not circle. And the second one is going to be our circle. Okay, yeah, fine. Okay, let's use this for 2 additional views. Style, styles.circle, and then where did I just add this? Why am I in the round button component? Completely messed this up. Okay, so whatever I just did, I just want to undo this. Okay, yeah, fine. I don't know why I put this stuff, the circle stuff I had copied there. It needs to go into the custom header. Oh my, yeah, that one's totally on me. Okay, so yeah, let's search the circle styling again, and let's make sure I put it actually into the custom header and not in some other file. So the custom header now gets this circle styling, and then we have 2 views. Okay, these are probably not the ones I wanted to use, so let's change this to stats chart, colors dark, and then we use card here. Yeah, that's what I wanted to see. Okay. All right, now the last thing here is that, okay, click functionality will be attached at a later point, but we want to also use the blur view here. We're not really making use of it because we still need to go back to the layout and for our home screen set the header background to transparent. And if we do this, it's probably hard to see in the video. So for me, it's quite easy to see right now that it works. I also noticed something else. So if I do reload, notice that my homepage is now not aware that we actually have a custom header and how big that header is. So if you're using a custom header component, you might want to fix these issues. So let's go into our homepage. And on the homepage, we can now get the height of the header by using another hook. And we can add this. It's called use header height. So let's call this header height, and this is equal to use header. Let's see, it's not even giving me the import. That's strange. That's so strange. Oh, this doesn't know about it. That's strange because this one comes from React Navigation /elements, like a sub package of the React Navigation that is used under hood of Expo Router. So we're going really a level down here. And we're gonna now attach this in our scroll view. So in my scroll view, I have some styling already, but this now applies to the actual content inside. And therefore we can use the content container style property of the scroll view and set the padding top to header height. I'm not really interested in the padding bottom right now. If I set this, see what happens. We get the correct height using the use header height hook, and then it will be used for the content in our scroll view. And as a result, this is fixed. Okay, so we can now scroll, and you probably now see a few shadows here going behind this. We can make this more obvious if we see the blue thing going behind it. I think if I just like add a padding of, I don't know, 600 bottom, yeah, then I can scroll this up here, and then it becomes obvious in this area that here is the blur view on top of that blue cashback circle. So we do have a semi-transparent tab bar, and we do have a custom header with blurred background. I want to get rid of this big padding bottom. This is definitely too much, but now we have solved the issue of using a custom header with a custom height on this page. Good. This basically concludes our homepage with the different functionalities we have. We have state management, the native popover, the custom header, the drag and drop widget. And so in the next part, we're gonna now focus on something completely different that's actually really, really brand new. Let's talk about API routes. Yes, you heard this correctly. You can use API routes, you can use Cloud Functions in your React Native project since Expo Router version 3 and Expo SDK 50. There are a few changes required, so we're going to start with this by setting the web output to server. So this is just a small change we have to do in our app.json. Where's the web output? We're going to set this to server, and that's all we need for now. Now, how does it work? Well, I can tell you a lot about this and show you the code, but I think it's actually the best if we just get into this and try it out ourselves. One additional thing is that we have to set an origin as well in here for the Expo Router. This is important once we call our API routes. So let's do this. We just have to check where are my plugins. Here is Expo Router. So we're going to make Expo Router an array. I really don't like that syntax, to be honest, but there has to be a reason why it looks like this. And the origin is usually where later your cloud function is hosted. So the reason is in your app, you could make later a request like fetch hello. And to make this correctly work, the React Native and Expo Router needs to know the origin of your call. So in this case, this call would basically resolve to https evanbacon.dev/hello. So this becomes important once you host your API routes. They are not bundled with your React Native application. This is important to say, and it's like a complete mindset shift. I mean, with Next.js or other full stack frameworks, people are used to having API routes. For React Native, this is somewhat new and feels maybe even strange to you, but let me tell you, it's going to be amazing. We can start by adding a new folder. Actually, you don't have to do a new folder, but I just recommend that you do an API folder in here. That just makes it a lot clearer what we're doing in here. So I want to do, well, let's say I do a new file in here, new file info, and now it becomes important, plus api.ts file. Okay, this plus API is the important part here. Now you can export an async function, and you can call this function in one of the verbs, get, post, update, patch, whatever. Then you got access to the request, which is an Expo request object, and thanks for no completion here today. So you can import this from Expo Router/server. Maybe this changes in the future, so watch out for this. And then we're just gonna Expo response JSON return something. Okay, let's do this. Let's bring up the app again. And then we should be able to retrieve that information somehow. So I think in the default case, our app is running on, well, let's wait until this is finished. And we can do a few things. In the meantime, why is this so fast today? This is incredible. In the meantime, let's talk about what we actually want to do. So I want to retrieve some crypto prices in our application from the CoinMarketCap API. You can sign up here and get an API key that you can test out for free. There are a few functionalities included. So go ahead, sign up, log in, and grab your API key. And by the way, we're going to have to put that into our environment. So I should have probably done this before. Let's bring up my environment. Now we'll add this under crypto API key. Notice that I don't use Expo public because this is really not meant for my front-end application. This is meant for for our API routes. And if I don't add Expo public, this key won't end up in the final bundle of my app. This is really important because usually every key in every environment variable you have will eventually end up in your bundle of your app, and it's not secure to have like a secret Stripe key in there. But in this case, the API routes are deployed somewhere else, they're bundled differently, and therefore the stuff you import in there won't show up in your app. Okay, I'm still looking for, it's 8081. So let's try. I think I had like a Postman extension. Let's do a new HTTP request. If I now use localhost 8081/API/info and make a GET request, I should be able to get a response. Where is it? Hello from API. This is our API response that we're now running on our own, because if you run npx expo run, doesn't matter if you run it on iOS and do a prebuild, it will spin up a server with your cloud functions, and you can test this locally just like this. So that was probably a lot of information up front, but that means we can, in a secure way, implement cloud functions in our React Native project that we can then host somewhere, and it becomes a lot easier to consume them and just keep the code together. Okay, so you're gonna now have to trust me somewhat on how the API works. So you can create, use, or make a fetch request now to the CoinMarket application. So pro API coinmarketcap.com/v2 cryptocurrency info, and then you can have an ID, an array of IDs. You can grab these IDs directly from the search params of your request. So I can make a call and have like the different IDs of coins in there that I want to retrieve. Additionally, this requires our key, and so we can also get our API key by using the crypto API key from my env. Did I just restart this? I think so. I hope so. I hope I did. And finally, once we got this, we can then say const result equals, as always, await response to JSON. And then we can, what is this? Oh, that was interesting. I didn't know there was like an icon indicating my tabs was on. Anyway, we can now return the Expo response JSON with the result.data, for example. Additionally, I want to make another route. Let's just copy this and let's call this one listing plus API.ts. So we actually need two calls because that's just how the API works. The first one will help us to retrieve some general information. This call here will help us to get a list of the currently top 5, I think top 5 or whatever we pass in latest listings. So just a tiny bit different. This call does not involve the images, so I had to make another call to info. That also means we first need to do this call and then that. That's going to be an interesting story in a second as well. Okay, listing dot list. No, let's call this listings. I want to call this listings because that's the API. Listings, pro CoinMarketCap version 1 cryptocurrency listings latest. Start at 1, limit to 5 or whatever we pass as limit. And I will actually convert this to euro. So there's a flag I can pass to that API. Cool. So we got 2 endpoints. Let's see how we can use them. For this, I will go into the crypto page, or actually I want to, how can we do this in the best possible way? So we can actually test the API route. That's a good point. Let's make a new request. And what we just did, API, we're going to do this to /listings. And if we're lucky, we get an internal server. Okay, why was this rejected? Data is not 0. Okay, yeah, that's on me. Let's check this out. Let's go back to the API route. And that's the cool thing, like we're in one project, so it's not a problem to jump around between the API route and our code and how we call this. In this case, we got the response. We call response JSON. We have the crypto. We're probably not getting that key, so that could be a problem. Let's put in a log here. So I don't know. If I now do that funny call again, where's my postman? I did have like, didn't I just have it open? Okay, blah, blah, blah. Data is not JSON serializable. That usually means I did not get any good data back. No such file. Environment.ts. My API key seems to be correct. However, something's off. Yeah, sure. I don't know if it works for you already. Yeah, this should probably be rest.data. That's the problem. Yeah. That was the problem, most likely. Okay, I should be able to find the postman call here in my tab bar usually. I don't know why it just keeps disappearing. Okay, so see, we're making a call to our own API and we get back this huge blob of information down here. Actually, this should be for 5 tokens or whatever. So I'm not a Bitcoin or Web3 expert. Feel free to patch and change this to whatever you want. Now, what I want to do is I want to make sure that during debugging, I'm not using up my whole quota here. So I will copy, or I would now recommend you copy the result. I already did this up front, so my values might be a bit different. and I will paste this down here in my listings plus API as data. And now instead of returning it like this, I will simply return my static data here, so I'm not constantly making any calls anymore to the API. And I will actually do the same now for the second API. So for the info API, I also grabbed some information from the API, make that call, then copy this over here. And instead of making the real call, you can comment this out and then use the JSON data. If you had problems signing up for the CoinMarketCap API, you couldn't get a key, the dummy data here should be included in the GitHub repository as well. So check out the API routes and then you should be able to grab these so your API routes can return some data just as an information. Cool. Now with that in place, let's head over back to my crypto page. And on the page, I will for now just add a use effect block. And by the way, we're going to improve this a whole lot in a second. So making sure this is called once in the beginning. And I will also, for debugging, change in my top layout that we're brought to the crypto page. So that makes it a bit easier during debugging, because sometimes it reloads and then we're on the wrong page. So let's do it in here. And now let's try and grab some data. So const... whatever, do call, we can also just, it's a test, foo equals async function, and within that we're gonna make the call. This is await fetch our own API, so we're gonna make a call to slash API slash listings. That should be fine. And once we got this, we can change it to JSON, and then I will log this data out. So yes, we're not close. We should close the function and then call foo. So with that in place, we start on the crypto page and the page loads and we get the data with this simple call from our own API. Now, why is this cool? Because we can now keep our key to the crypto API or to any other API that should not be exposed to our app in that cloud function. We can host them in a safe way with their own environment, and we can have everything in terms of the logic in this one project here. We can now also have a nice interface. So this is pretty cool. So let's add a new file at interfaces /crypto.ts. And you can now grab the data you have for debugging in your API routes. So for example, for the listings, I could grab this array of data here and go back to the interface we just defined. And I could now say with Command-Shift-P, JSON to TS convert from clipboard. And then we had this nice little object here. I would probably call this currency. And I want to export that interface, and then we have a quote, then we have an interface euro, and we have an interface platform. Actually, what is platform? I don't know. I didn't have this one before. But, it doesn't matter too much. I could probably just change this to the platform. Anyway, we can now use these in our crypto page for the listings. So this is the basic. You can then later host this. You can look this up. I do have another video, I think, also on Galaxies in the according course about Expo Router full stack apps. So check that out. Galaxies.dev/learn. Is it /learn? I think it's /learn. And then you're gonna find the Expo Router full stack course here, which also talks about hosting this in the end. We won't do the hosting today because that's really. It's not boring, but, well, we don't really have to do it. We work with our local stuff for now. Just make sure that if you later really deploy your API somewhere, especially I think on a device, I wonder if it works if I deploy this to, I actually think it works just fine. But if you deploy it later in a real world scenario, the API is not bundled with your Expo application. So this would fetch from the actual origin that you specify in your app JSON, like we did in a fake scenario here. So you would have to change this to Vercel, Netlify, whatever, where you host your cloud functions, and then the app would know where to find it. Good. So this is step one. Now, I also want to take this a step further because this is a huge clone and you're going to learn a lot of things. So what I want to introduce at the same time now is Tanstack Query. This is a state management for server state usually. It's also known as React Query. Now I think it's Tanstack Query because there are a lot of more tools available from Cortana. We can first of all install this, and then I'm going to show you how you can use it. So let's go and install this by using npm install Tanstack Query. And to use it in our application, we will have to wrap it around our app. So there's really we don't really have to do this, but it's a good point for any kind of API call to use it. There's a great article as well explaining why even in the most basic cases, it's good to use Tanstack library for your project. So just trust me on that. It's really, really that helpful. Now, what we need to do is from Tanstack Query import the query client and the query client provider. And then we need to create our own query client by calling new query client. We do this in the topmost layout file here in our application. So keep that in mind. We're at the root of the project. Now we can wrap this as a context around our application. It doesn't really matter which comes first here. So I will do it in here, query client provider. The client is my custom query client, and then make sure you close it at the right point. And then we do have this enabled for our app. Cool. So now with that in place, we don't have to rely on this really, garbage way of calling the API anymore. We can do this in a whole lot better way. So what we can do is we can now grab all the current currencies by calling use query. Oh no, not from here. I just want to use at Tanstack React Query. What is going on here? From here, this is the page. And to use query, we can now specify an object. This is actually, by the way, using version 5 of Tanstack Query, so it's a bit different than version 4. We now have a query key. I would call this, it doesn't really matter, and this has to be, by the way, an array. So this is one of the first changes of v5. This is the key under which Tanstack will cache your result from the API. So if you do the same call again and you fall into the caching policy, it would just immediately return the data. And then you have a query function, which could be any kind of asynchronous operation. For example, it could be a fetch call to something and then return this as JSON. In our case, what we can do is we can simply change this to the call we had before. So that was /API/listings. And then we would return this as JSON. Cool. Now we could actually already use this on our page. So you could now go ahead and say currencies.data, and then you can go through all the entries in there. So every currency, by the way, is now a currency from our interface. And this is the cool thing about using the interfaces. I'm now pretty sure what I can do in here, so I can access the currency name. I think there needs to be another bracket. And with that in place, we have a full mechanism of API route using Tanstack and using the Tanstack mechanism to access the data and then display this in this little list up here. How cool is that? I don't know if you didn't take anything away from this clone until here. I really hope this is now blowing your mind in terms of what's possible with React Native right now here in 2024. So we're gonna, of course, build this out into a bit more. The biggest problem I do have right now is that we don't have the image available. So if you check out the API routes and the data you get back for listings, there's no image included. So that's why we're making this second call to the info API, which then for specific IDs, so for an array of IDs that we did get back in the first step, we can now retrieve more information, and we also have the logo. So this is the logo that we want. That means first make this call, then make a second call, and we can do this in a nicely way with Tanstack. So let's try and get all the IDs by saying if currencies data is ready, I want to map all the currencies and take the currency ID, and I will actually append in here dot join. Oops, I don't know what I did. I want to join these on a comma, actually no space. So then we should have at some point this list. Let's see if I hit save, right? I get back a log with the IDs, and this is what I can add to the call of info. So we're getting the information for these coins or IDs. And now we can do this in a second call. In this case, I will actually directly extract the data from use query. So in the previous case, notice we just had to use currencies data. Now we could actually just directly extract that. Then within here, we have the same setup like before. So we do have our query key. I will call this actually info. And this should, by the way, let's use the name of the actual API. So this is listings, this is info, and as the second value, I will also use my IDs. And then we do have a query function. Let's see, I'm messing up something, I'm pretty sure. So this goes straight to API/info and then question mark IDs equals. I think this is the syntax, right? Let's check it out. I mean, we do get back the data anyway, the fake data. We could do it once with a real scenario, but here you see request expo URL search params get IDs. So this would be our string 1, 10, 1000, whatever, and that would be attached to the call to the API. But this is really not a tutorial about the CoinMarketCap API, really. We wanted to focus on the API routes and then also on Tanstack query. All right, so now this query should only be called once we got the IDs. So therefore we can add one more field and say this query is only enabled if IDs is actually truthy. So only in that case this query would run. And now let's see one last thing. Let's just do real quickly flex direction row here. Row and the currency is the ID. Okay, let's close this off. Then I don't need the key in here. And as the first value, I don't want to present an image, which is hopefully the currency.logo. So currency.logo, of course, does not exist. We need to access my data now. So let's see how we can do this. Data, and then we should probably say add the, let's see, what do we getting back? Okay, this is not an array, this is an object, so I need to access data at a specific key. The key in this case would be the currency.id. And at that position, I want to have the logo. Voila. Here we go. Whew. That was quite challenging to do, but I hope you could follow in everything that we did. This was really like a quite challenging part, and maybe you just want to rewatch this part of the video. We've done the API route, which is now hosted for now with our live real-world server, and then we added Tanstack around our application for state management of the server and caching, and we called our own API. And then we also applied the logic to have like a waterfall or a second consequential call to the API to resolve the information and then use that information in here with this dynamic call. There's really a lot probably, but we are now in a perfect position. So I could now replace this and I could use the real API, no problem. Yeah, I hear you screaming, Simon, then why are you not doing it? Okay, I will show you. I will give you proof that my implementation with the actual API works. I comment this in. I'm using my real quota just for you today. One of my 10,000 free calls to the CoinMarketCap API per month goes here, and we see that it changes basically nothing because these 5 coins are always going to be at the top of that list, at least at the moment, I think. Again, I'm not an expert. This is no financial advice. Don't buy stuff here based on what Simon is telling you. So I will go back to my dummy data, but you have seen that it definitely works, okay? And with this information, we have everything about the coin, we have the logos, and we can work on a pretty cool layout for this page now to improve how we navigate through the coins. In our crypto list, we're gonna do a few things. So if I show you the demo here, this is the crypto list. So we're gonna see we have our custom header again. We at some point wanna add charts. This is something we're gonna do later. But something that we want to do right away is implement this page and how it goes into the details page. Okay, this is what we want to do first. And we're going to, of course, display the list in the right way now. To achieve this, we have to restructure our application a bit. The problem is that we are now talking about a nested layout. So we are here inside a tab bar layout, but we actually need a stack, because if we click on something here, it should push to the next page. And we could probably push this outside of the stack, but then we wouldn't have a nice, I mean, that actually could work. I don't really want to do it. I kind of want to do it, but I also don't want to do it. How do we could try. Because the thing is, on the crypto details page, I mean, we don't want to see the tab bar on the crypto details page anyway, right? And there is a somewhat ugly fix for that we could apply, or we could really just have this outside of the tabs layout. This is kind of challenging. I'm taking a long shot here, and I will do a folder crypto up here, outside of my tab bar, and I will place the details file in here. I'm just doing this for you. I'm just doing this for the clicks. ID. Let's do a test first. Let's do a test run first. Details page. Okay. So what we're doing now is with this syntax. Did we use this before? I think, yeah, we used this before. So I can pass an ID to that page, and then we would have the detailed information about that cryptocurrency. Now, if I go back into my crypto index page, where's my crypto index page? Here it is. I will try and just surround the stuff in here with a link component. So link from Expo Router. The href goes to, and this is now going to be challenging. Yeah, actually to /crypto/currency ID. This is pretty accurate, I think. And then we're gonna have like a key. We do have the key. Let's below it as a touchable opacity. Okay, so if this works, this would be really great. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, nice. Yep. This is I think this is what we want to do, because you notice now, if I'll put it here, that it shifts away the tab bar, and shifting away the tab bar is always like making sure that pages are stacked correctly. So we're not really in a nested layout now. We're more sort of breaking out of our tab bar layout, but that's cool. That should work perfectly. Okay, right. With that in place, let's focus on building this page out. On the layout of the tab bar, no, this is not the layout of the tab bar. This is the layout of the tab bar. On that file, I want to make sure that I do have the custom header stuff as well here on the crypto page. So I will place it here. And then we do have my header. We see again, we have the same problem with the setup right here, but no problem. That should be fixable at some point. So let's go back to the crypto page, and on the crypto page we can use our effect again. So from the package we used before, we can grab use header height. Oh, come on. Yeah, there it is. Use header height from the React Navigations. Then I will change this to a scroll view, because I'm pretty sure we're gonna scroll on this page. It did not import it, right? Then we're gonna set the styling here, just making sure we got the right background color. colors dot background, and then just like before, the content container style will have a padding top of the top value, no, of the header height value. Okay, let's refresh, and I'm signed in and I'm on the right page, and yes, this is scrolling nicely behind our blurry header. Perfect, good setup. Now let's use some text before we actually display the rest. So style, default styles dot section header, and I will call this latest crypto. Can we not import this correctly? There we go, latest crypto. And then we're gonna wrap all of this in a block. So I think there is a default styling called block, which basically adds a white block around some stuff. Okay, so it looks like this. Cool. Now we do have our link component in place. We do have the touchable opacity. We probably want to have a little gap in here as well. So let's use a gap of 14 and make sure that we align the items correctly in the center. That looks nice. Then we do have our image. I will actually set the height here and width to 40, so giving that logo a bit more size. Nice, that looks good. Then we follow this up with an additional view. Okay, because we want to have the view span up most of the width here, and at the end we're gonna have like the current price indication. So let's use style flex 1. Again, should take up most of the space available. And then we have the currency name, and below we're gonna have the currency symbol. Something like this, probably a bit different. Let's give this one style as well. So let's use in here the font weight like 600, and the dark color can grab from here. Actually not colors, yeah, I'm gonna use the dark color here, and for the second one we're just gonna use colors. Great. Okay, that looks decent. I feel like the gap of 10 is quite harsh, isn't it? Yeah, I honestly don't know. I feel indifferent towards this. Okay, let's continue. So another view that we have at the end of this row should now show the price if it's either going up or down right now. So we can first of all start with a text element, and then using currency.quote. In our case it's euro. You might have used US dollars, and then price to fixed. I want to use this to 2 and the euro sign. Okay, so this displays the current value of that currency. And now an additional view that goes with a row styling as well, and maybe a gap of 4 is enough in this case. In this view we're gonna display an icon. Okay, so probably something like arrow up. We don't have a success color. I will just call this green for the moment. Okay, so we do have this one up, and then we can show also the current price change. Price change would be below that, so making this a bit shorter. We got another text here with checks if the percentage change is greater than 0, then the text would be green, otherwise it would be red. Currently all of them are red. That's not looking too good to the crypto market. Anyway, for our icons we can do the same. So we can make this dependent. We're not always using arrow up. We can check if the change is greater than 0, then we're using it up, otherwise we're using it down. And same now for the color, making the color also dependent on that value, and then it turns either green or red. Good. You notice that this price here actually comes to the left side. We kind of want to push it towards the end. So if we want to do this, let's give our view here a little gap of 10, or actually the same gap like we used up there of 6. And then we will align the items at flex end. So notice what happens we push them towards the end. All right, cool. So for every coin, we are now going to the details page and leaving our tab bar interface. That's actually quite nice. I hope everything works out as I want it to. I really do hope. So let's see, I can close the stuff here. I can close my custom header. Let's go to that details page. So first of all, if you want to access that data, simply extract the ID, calling use local search params from Expo Router again. And then we should be able to simply log this out, print this out. Yeah, ID 1, 800 something. Yeah, nice. This is exactly the ID on that page. Now let's affect and change the layout of this page first. If I go to that page, this is definitely not what I want it to look. As we are now inside the top stack navigation, we actually need to change this up here. So let's do this. We can now add another entry, stack.screen, not scream. Name in this case is authenticated crypto ID. Yep, that's true. But I don't really want to do it like this. I want to add some, I mean, we can try. Yeah, that seems to target that page. Good to know. But I actually want my nice little header. The only thing I want is I will set the title to an empty string, and that header left should probably be this back arrow that we had before. Yeah, that looks good. Additionally, I want to use header large title. So on iOS, you can actually have like a title that is big here and then moves into the header. And this is the preparation for it. I will also set the header transparent to true. I don't know if this makes a huge change in this case, but we're probably gonna see a change. Additionally, we can add for fake reasons some buttons to the right. So this would be a simple example of adding 2 additional buttons like a star and whatever notifications icon to the right hand side of the header. So we've again completely customized the appearance of that header. Good. Let's go back here, and again we're gonna use our use header height because we already see that we got some issues here. So let's import that correctly. And I also want to probably manually update that view. So I will now put everything into an empty fragment and start by using stack.screen. You can also, by the way, do this from like a use effect hook or use layout hook. That sometimes looks a bit better. This looks kind of odd. I just want to show you that this actually works. So I could now give this a title. Let's just call this Bitcoin for now. Doesn't really matter. Then it would appear up there. We still haven't really used the view yet. So this is now a bit more challenging. I should probably show you what's going on here. The details page that looks like this has the little chart later, and then at the bottom we have another card. And come back. We have this error here, which is like pill buttons that we can select, and you notice when we scroll they stick to the top. And if you want to have something that sticks to the top, notice, check this area for when we scroll, this is sticky. This is quite challenging to implement, and one cool fix is to actually use a section list from React Native. So I will now put in a section list, and I will tell you in a second why, because the section list has a lot of properties that we can use, like a header component, and you can make these sticky to the top, and you can have another additional view in which you put stuff. So this is really a great idea, actually. I think I was talking myself about great ideas, but using the section list helps you in these cases to structure your view with different elements and still get like the benefit of having some sticky stuff. Okay. What do we need? We probably need the render item function to make this happy. This is like the most central piece we usually have in here. And this one will return, let's just return a text. Let's call this render item. Then something else is missing, probably for the renderer. We do have the key extractor. So the key extractor in this case should just be like, for all the items we put in, we're gonna use item.title. I definitely messed up the syntax here. I can smell and see it. Okay. And then we do have the actual sections as well, because otherwise the section list can't really work. So we do have sections, and this is an array now. If I don't pass anything in, that would already work, by the way. But of course, this is not what we want. By the way, what we do want is to already add the style here, which uses our property of padding top, or I think we might use margin top in this case, of header height. So right now we don't have any section. Let's fake and say that we do have like one section, and I think you need to say data, and then have another array and call this title chart. So we're gonna have one section. Okay, here is the render item function. That's cool. Also, notice that our cool iOS scroll header is actually already working. So we have a big header up here, and then once we scroll there, it goes straight into that. How cool is that? Nice. I like it. I really like this. Okay, but we want to do a few more things here. So the render item function will be, let's maybe do this right now. So I don't want to render some stuff. I want to render the view in some card. So in a second, or in the next part, we're going to render the chart here. Chart. And below the chart, I will just place one additional block of some random information, really. This is just an example of a card. So in that card, I could have like a subtitle. Don't I have like a default styled subtitle? Nah, I don't have. That's a pity. So for such a subtitle, we could just use some general styling. And I notice whenever I bring in two more breaking dependencies. Okay, so this is the first one, and then we need to add my style sheet up here from React Native. Okay, I just want to have some sort of information included, and most importantly, to implement the chart in here. This is the render item. Now, on top of that, I do have the list header component. And within the list header component, I can now have some sort of header that I want to display. In my case, I want to display a little view here. So I'm making this a bit fast because this is a lot of boilerplate code that's somewhat boring. So I want to have this BTC below Bitcoin. I currently feel like we're not in the right place here yet. My content doesn't seem to be correct. Let's try if we use instead margin top. It wouldn't change a thing. Yeah, I didn't expect that, to be honest. I want to set my scroll to enabled here, but that should be enabled by default. That shouldn't make a change, so we can probably get rid of that. But I want to also set the content inset adjustment behavior. That's usually required when you're working with these sort of big iOS. Yeah, see this? I think it was this one. Okay, now it's like totally on top of it. And if I use content inset adjustment behavior automatic, we go there and it's below it. Okay, so this is what we want to see. Cool, nice. Additionally, I wanted to have the logo. In order to get the logo, we actually have to make another Tanstack call. So we can probably copy this over from our crypto page. So I want to make a call just like this, pretty much. So let's get rid of this. Let's use query. No, I don't want to declare this. I want to import this from Tanstack. I want to call info for the ID that we used on that page. And then I want to make a call to /API/info. That's a good point. Will it just... I mean, in our case, it doesn't really matter because we will always get the same information, but this would be probably correct. However, I also want to return just that one correct logo. So I will also make this now an actual call here and say const info equals await fetch. So we have to make this an async. And then I can extract the logo by using info at the position id.logo. And if you want to use a value, like a variable, to access a specific key, you can use a plus sign, which gives you a computed property. And, oh, I didn't want to move my view. Oh, that one's, I don't do this usually. Okay, and then I will simply return the logo. That also means we can get rid of this part. We don't really want that. And that we can directly destructure this and access the logo here from my data. So with that in place, my logic here to display an image should hopefully work. So we just need to import image from React Native, and then we should see, okay, I go to Solana. This is the Solana icon. I go to Ethereum. Yep. Yeah, Ethereum and Bitcoin. Yes. Okay. At this point, why are we actually saying BTC? I could probably use that information here at the right index. Huh. You're really giving me a lot of ideas, right? Let's try this one out. So if I now say data.logo, it should still be the same, but I should actually be able to use data. Something like, I don't know, what's it like, name or so? Yeah, okay, yeah, cool. Let's check out the data we get back. We can make this a lot more realistic than I thought. Okay, we can use the symbol. Let's use data.symbol. Cool. So we got ETH. Now we should also be able to change the name, really. Let's see, title is not Bitcoin, it's just data.name. Okay, I shouldn't have used Bitcoin. Yeah, here we go. Here we go, now we're talking. Ooh, that one's not defined. Okay, yeah, probably my fake data isn't defined for all of them, so I will stick to what works. I will stick to like the first here. Oh no, it's not working anymore at all. I should probably make sure that I'm not accessing it before it's set, so let's do it like this. Oh no, it's also no in other places for the here and probably here. Oh my, I got into a lot of trouble with that, right? Yeah, now it works. Okay, we fixed that, we dodged the bullet, we're cool. And we also got that cool scroll header for iOS. Okay, we are not completely done yet. Before we get into the rendering of our chart, let's add a bit more information. So there were like 2 additional buttons. I think I will bring them in because this is not really essential to this. I just wanted to make this view look a bit better. So after that first view here, I would like to place an additional view. We're gonna bring in the touchable opacity, and this is completely optional. You don't really have to do this right now. This is just adding 2 buttons to make this look even better. So completely optional. But what I really recommend is that down here, we can now, where do we want to render this? List header. Okay, so this is the list header part. This is like rendering one item. And in between, we can now also have the section header. And this is the part that we want to render before a section starts is what should be sticky at the top. So we can implement this now. This is the render section header. And we're not really interested in the stuff here as well anyway. So I will just use a view. Let's just use style, I don't know, flex 1, background color, red, height. I don't know what you just did, Copilot, but it's probably correct. I don't want this at all. No, I don't want that. Okay, and then close the stuff. Okay, this is my header. It's probably in real world more like 50 pixels. And now you already see by default, it's going to stick at the top. And this is the place where we can now implement something, whatever we want that should be sticky. In this case, there was a scroll view, so let's implement it like that. Let's get rid of this and let's use a scroll view from React Native, which should actually scroll horizontal. So we're gonna set horizontal to true and then close the scroll view. And within the scroll view, we're gonna have a few different categories. Let's just set up some categories at the top as an array. So we could do something like overview, news, orders, transactions, just to have these different pill buttons like we can see here on top of that screen. So those are my categories and I want to display them in the scroll view. So I would say categories map, and for every category I would render one touchable opacity. Okay, touchable opacity. I don't know what you're recommending me opacity here, but I really don't want to do too much at once. I think we did this in one of our other clones as well. This is quite interesting in how we can achieve this. So let's add a text element first of all and just call item. What is the item? What am I? Okay, yeah, I can. When I map the category, I should probably destructure this into item and index. And then I should be able to render the item, and I need another one to close this. Okay, oh, you see, overview, news, orders, transactions coming up nicely. Now, you honestly just need to style this correctly and make it work. So I want to say shows scroll indicator false. I really never want to see them. And then we have some content container styling, which affects the actual content within. So here I want to align the items in the center. I want to use justify content, actually not center, but space between. And I want to use the full width. So now we're having it spread out like this. So I'm adding some padding horizontal. Okay, nice. And I want to also add some padding bottom of, well, about 8. Okay. I want to give this the same background color so we don't, I want to give it a background color because once it's sticky at the top, you otherwise wouldn't see it. Okay. So I want to have this sticky with the same color. Okay, colors.background. And I want to have it a very thin border at the bottom. So border bottom color should be colors light gray in our case. And the width, again, not 1, but stylesheet.hairline width. So it becomes a really, really thin border at the bottom. And so it sticks nicely at the top. Now we just need to set up the touchable opacities. For these, we also need some styling. So let's go quickly to the bottom. There are a few elements that I want to use here. So I want to use the category text with a gray color and size, a category text active, which is when you press on one of these. So we're going to have to remember which is active. And we have the general categories button with some padding and border radius and a definition if the button becomes active. You notice in that case, we also have to talk about state because otherwise we couldn't keep track of what's active. So what we need is, first of all, an items ref. Actually, do we need that? I'm honestly not exactly sure if we need it right now. Let's start with the active index. Maybe that's already enough. React use state 0. And then we can use that active index here in, where is it? Here's it. Okay, for the touchable opacities. Now, this is what we need to implement. Every touchable opacity has a key, which is in our case just the index, and the style is going to be dependent on whether the active index is equal to the index of the iteration. In that case, I will use the categories button active, and otherwise I will use the categories button styling. Okay. Also now I should probably implement the actual onPress to check this out. So onPress, I will of course call set active with that index. So now, yeah, that actually works pretty well. You see, it turns white here and it's sticky at the top. So it's exactly what I wanted. So now I can just copy this block over to my item and use the same logic, but this time I will use category text active or just category text. So with that in place, I think we actually have a nice split here. I mean, it could have a bit more padding. These icons could have a bit more padding, I feel. Like, this is the categories button, right? What if we say padding horizontal is a bit bigger, like 14? Would this make us happy? Yeah, I think it would make me happy. Although, no, it's 14 and 10, but I think it's good. I think this is what I want. So, we do have this. We have our big to-do in here. I will just indicate this with a little view now. So, what we want to do is we want to place a chart in here, which has probably like a height of 500. And let's for now just use a background color of green. Okay, so in this place, we're gonna have a chart. But now we can also play around a bit more with this. So I can go to the details page. I get this cool header stuff going on iOS. And I also have that list which has a sticky header now. So I could now swap between different things, which is really, really nice, I think. All right, this is a good preparation. And I learned a lot about this while talking about this. So we now have the crypto out of the tabs layout. We could have it inside if you still wanted to show the tabs at the bottom, but usually for details page, you kind of want to break out of that UI. So with our setup, with our logic in place, we are ready and prepared to finally display a nice ticker chart. All right, it's time to implement a nice chart, and there are many great libraries, but I wanted to use Victory Native XL for a specific reason. So if you check out the repository, it says high performance charts powered by D3, Skia, and Reanimated. And if you check out the examples, it's really that smooth. And this is exactly what we want to achieve with our example. So you can really do a lot with it. We're going to get into our details page. We're going to fetch some data, some, well, not dummy data, but some generic data, and then we're going to try and display it in a chart like this. The only thing we need is to install it. And in fact, we do have most of the libraries already included. So let's kill the server. And I will install the React Native Skia package from Shopify and Victory Native as a package itself. And on top of that, I also want to install the Expo Haptics plugin, because then you can like give the user a haptics feedback once the user starts dragging on that chart. So that's just a minor addition. Additionally, this one requires, of course, Reanimated. So if you go into the Getting Started guide, you would see React Native Reanimated and React Native Gesture Handler. But we have, of course, already used both of them. So both of them are included. And we can just follow this up with npx expo install expo haptics. Good. Now that we got this, let's go back to our run command. And as I said, we need a new API route. So I will call this one tickers plus API.ts. And within that, I will actually use the pretty much the same call like we had before, just a bit different. Okay. Why do I not copy just everything? No, I don't want everything. I'm sometimes getting quite annoyed with myself, you know. We've been together now for a couple of hours, so we can talk about that stuff. I really get annoyed with myself sometimes. So what I really wanted to do in here is make a simple call. I don't need a header in this case, because I will actually contact a different API. Problem is, the CoinMarketCap API did not have what I wanted. It could just not deliver what I need. So I had to opt for a different one, which is CoinPaprika. Or, by the way, clarification, CoinMarketCap does offer these tickers, so to create a chart like this, but that's a paid feature, and I wanted to give this a try in a free version, so I used Coin Paprika for that. That was a bit easier because it didn't really require authentication for this one call. So if I just go here, it would actually give me this data. Right? I can, without actually calling the API route, I can just directly dump this into data. So I could just do this here. Yeah, that should work. And I can just return that data. So we don't even have to make that API call in the first place. I will just return this data here. Good. We also don't really need the API key then, and everything else can stay just as it is. Good. Let's get back to the details page. So on that details page, I want to fetch these tickers. That means I will do a somewhat similar call in here for my data. This time I will just call this data and extract tickers from there. We're going to use the same setup. So use query. This key will just be tickers. And the query function in this case is just to API/tickers. So we don't really need anything else. That also means I can just put this here, up here, and everyone should be happy, I think. Good. So we got that information. That's good. Now we need to actually use the chart. Maybe we're gonna just follow the basic setup here. That's always a good starting point. So they do, let's try this. Let's use some dummy data first. That's always a good place to see if this stuff actually works. And then import Cartesian chart. Okay, we can do that from Victory Native, and then we can place that chart somewhere in our view. And we already have the place for that, where we have this huge green box. So I will put it in here. I will change the background color to be, well, nothing, I guess. And then, okay, the Cartesian chart does seem to need some children. So we need to have some points included. So let's better take this snippet here, and then we should see something like that. Let's see. Okay, gonna place this here. We need to import line as well from React. From where do we need React the line? From Victory Native? Yeah. Okay, and we have the basic implementation of our chart. Good, that's good. I'm actually quite happy because at this point, you kind of know that things will work. Like, we have the basic stuff, we just need some styling, some properties, some customization, but overall, you can be pretty confident at this point that things will eventually work out for you. So for my view, I will actually put this now in an array up here. And then we're going to use the default style block. So it's also in this white block. Yeah, that's what I want to see. Okay. That page is, maybe this is the favorite page of this app to me. Really, with the sticky segments, I really like that part. Anyway, so this is the basic usage. We have the chart, which has data, it has some properties. Then we actually render the points directly within that component, line or points or whatever, and boom, you got your chart. So let's tweak this to our needs so we can actually use it in the way we want to use it. We have my data tickers up here. That's good. We don't really need the fake data anymore, and we're going to try and plug in my own tickers here. So the X key in this case is, let's check out our data. That should be the timestamp. So timestamp should be the x-axis, and the other one should be price. We're actually not really interested in the other two values. So timestamp and price is what's important to us. So let's use timestamp in here. And for the other one, we're going to use price. Okay, so why is this not happy with us? Probably because a lot of things. This one is also fine, but this should be points.price now. So why are you mad about my tickers data? Should we somehow specify that this is actually... we could probably add a return type. I think this would make this happy. I couldn't figure out how to work it with our interface before. So for our use query here, I will add promise. This is going to be in result of any. I mean, it's actually a result of, if I check out my interfaces. No, we don't really have that interface yet. Probably that could work. If I have something like this, I copy this and then go to crypto and then say JSON. This is like a ticker. Okay, and if I then use ticker in here, would this make things better or worse? I don't know. Let's see, but I forgot to export this. Export interface ticker. And then we could import it here from interfaces crypto. Yeah, this is not making the Cartesian chart happier. Why is that the case? I say it like this? Nah, not really. Do we actually? Yeah, we can use tickers. Tickers or undefined. I mean, if I say it's always defined, I honestly don't know why it's not working great with our type. It should. In theory, it really should. This is not... Can I add like a fallback in here, like an empty array? No, I can't. The problem is if I change this to any, I think we're gonna see no more problem. Actually, we still see some problems. That's good. I mean, that's good. That's progress. But overall, it should work just like this. You see it. It works. We have our chart of tickers here. It's just complaining about the type. So this is a TypeScript issue that we might be able to solve somehow. I honestly don't know why we're not solving it right now. We have the query key. We have the function. We have a promise with any, and then our fetch call. I don't know if this is like a function. So in my previous example, the code for this looked like this. So we had one additional line. Would this change anything? No, it wouldn't. So we can also keep it just like it is and accept that it's red for the moment. Although this is really getting to me. Anyway, what we want is a bit more. So we want this press effect. So whenever we press on the chart, just like they did in some example, probably here, in the beginning especially, so you can like drag your finger on that chart and you're gonna see the price value up here. This is a bit more complicated, but we're not here for the easy things. We really want to see how things work. So let's see. First of all, I want to check if my line is correct. I want to give it a color of green actually, so that it looks a bit more friendly, not that red. We could also use our primary color. Start primary. Yeah, that's actually even better. Why didn't I think about that before? So what I want is, I also want to specify some options here. We do have the axis options. I still wonder why tickers is any undefined. Honestly, this is... Oh, if I do it like this, then okay, for now we're gonna roll with that solution. I'm fine with that one. Although I really think it should be different. Okay, so for our axis options, I want to specify my font. And if I want to specify a font here, I have to actually import one and use the use font hook from Skia. So let's go up here and create our own font object by calling use font. And now be careful, okay, we're gonna use Shopify React Native Skia. And I don't know, would it work with font family intro like this? I am not aware that it works like this. However, I do know that it works if we use require in here and then pass in the path to my font. So in our case, we do have a default font, I think, under assets, fonts, space mono regular. So assets, fonts, space mono regular.ttf. We can close this, and then we have to specify as well the size. So I will specify 12. And then we can plug that font into our axis options. So because it's the same name here, we can just use font, and then you see we actually do get the X's. They're not really formatted very well, so you're gonna probably work with this. There are a lot of values you can play around with, so you can play with the tick count. You can also use a label offset in case you want to like shift this a bit to the side. So I will use something like y0 and minus, come on, x minus 2 and 0 for y. So that shifts these a bit around. Then we can also use the label color to make these labels look gray. And then you can of course also format both the X label and also the Y label. For the Y label, I just want to use a function that shows a euro sign next to it. So you see this is formatting these labels. And if I want to format the X label, I will use a different one. This is like in milliseconds or something. So we can call format in here. Do I have format? I feel like I don't have format yet. Oh, did we? I forgot to install one more thing. I'm so sorry. So we want to install datefns. One of the easiest ways. How could I overlook that one? Okay, so datefns is really easy for working with dates in general. Didn't we install this before? I thought we had. So in that case, it's pretty easy to import format directly, and you can also like count the seconds from somewhere. It's a great library in general. And of course, format is now not working automatically, and my whole Xcode is screaming, "Do this slower." No, we keep up the pace. We follow my way. Okay, so I want to format the date. So let's use new date, the actual value, and then you can have your format, whatever you want. Let's use month. Is that a good format? I wonder. Yeah, it should be. So here we go. Now we see the actual days in it. I feel like tick count 5. Is this a problem for the view? Also, how many? Oh, come on. What's broken now? I honestly don't know. Something else. Errors in Cartesian chart at 114. Yeah, thanks for nothing. Format new date ms is for some reason format not defined. No, format should be defined. I mean, we've seen it in action. It worked just like a second ago. But right now format is breaking that stuff. So we definitely, do we have to reload the app just to use new npm dependency? No, I don't think so. It's anyway still complaining about something. Oh wow, what a fun. Oh, what fun it is to debug React Native apps. Hey, I have so much fun. Why is my tick count wrong? I don't know. Okay. Something went wrong. Yeah, I can clearly see that something went wrong, my friend. I probably shouldn't set tickers like this. I should probably really wait until the tickers are defined. Can I just do like tickers question mark? No, then everyone's getting mad at me. But oh, come on. What's wrong with you? It used to work like 5 minutes ago, and now I install datefns and you completely freak out? Oh, why? What if we just wrap the Cartesian chart in tickers end to make sure the data is actually there before we display it? That would be really smart, so nothing is crashing anymore. And then we should also be able to format these labels correctly. I just removed all the imports and everything that we did, but so far I think that the biggest problem was that the data was simply not here and we tried to access it upfront. So now we do have the labels, we do have the tick count, we see the chart. Actually, we're just seeing like 4 days. We should probably What is the tick count in the first place? Yeah, then we would see more data, right? But that also crowds the tick here. Yeah, I think this looks better. And the data is here. It's probably, yeah, this is January, March, February, and March. So this is actually fine, I think. We are basically done with the chart and the formatting of the chart. So what we want to do now is we want to have this press event. There is a nice hook, and we should probably check out the documentation on this. So for chat gestures, there is a use chart press state. That's a chat chart. I don't know. We can grab this like this. Let's try this out in our own code. So I will bring in, after this one here, the const state. Actually, we just need state and is active. We're not having multiple states. And then we need to define our initial press state. So I will define this as a x0 and y with price. Y price. So these are like just the x's. And then we need to import this from React Victory Native. Okay, so now we do have these two, and we can do two things. So first, I want to add a simple use effect block here that's always called when is active changes. Okay, so when I have active changes, I want to put in a little lock here with is active. And additionally, this is the place where I would like to put in the haptics plugin. So you can now use the import for the haptics plugin, and then simply say something like if is active, I want to say haptics selection async. Okay. So now we can press save, and we just need to add the hook, the use chart press state, so the state here, to our chart. So let's go down and find the chart. I should really have put this into multiple components. Do me a favor, do multiple components. Really, this one is getting too crowded. The chart should probably live in its own component. And we're gonna set the chart press state to this state. Okay, and now watch this. I'm pressing and we get true, and then it changes back to false, and true and false. Okay, so we do get the change of the press state, and we can actually highlight this as well on our chart. To achieve this, there are a few more things that we need to do. So first, we need to add a tooltip. So this tooltip comes from our, or we can actually define our own tooltip. They described it, as far as I know. I've seen it somewhere. I have definitely seen it somewhere. Probably in the multi-press. Yeah, there's a tooltip, and then yeah, this was the implementation of the tooltip, right? I think I basically used that one in here. So we have a shared value, which indicates this is using React Native Reanimated, and then we do have a circle, which comes from React Native Skia. With that tooltip, we can then head over to the implementation where we actually draw these points. So within the Cartesian chart, we have this block here where we actually draw the points. So this is responsible for drawing this fantastic line here. Okay, so it's just going through all the points that we have, and it's drawing a line or whatever you want on these points. I will now wrap this in an empty fragment. Why did I click on that? I'll wrap this in an empty fragment. That's not changing anything so far, but I will now check if it's active. So we are pressing. In that case, I want to render a tooltip for X. I want to use state.x.position, and for Y, I want to use state.y.price.position. As a result, that means when we are pressing, we've seen the hook already works. This tooltip should already also be rendered exactly at a specific point. So, okay, it looks a bit clumsy with my mouse icon here, but if you use this on a device, it feels really, really good and satisfying. Oh my, it feels so good. Okay, this was only half of the fun I wanted to show you. By the way, there's another story to this. So if we are active, I want to show the price where we're currently at. And this is actually more challenging than I would have thought. So let's see how this works. First of all, we could cover the case if it's not active. So if it's not active, I want to render like a default view up here. So this is above, actually it should be within the block here. So that also means if I do it like this, let's probably do this in the tickers one. So in the tickers one, and if I do it like this, I need to also wrap this with an empty fragment. Okay, let's fix everything. So if it is not active, we have this view which shows like a text element with the current price. Text strings must be rendered with a text. Yes, I'm aware of that. That's only like the second or third time it happened today, right? So we're good, we're good. Okay, so we now are able to render a little label up here. That's a good starting point. So let's give this label or this text a bit more styling. We're gonna up the font size to 30. So it's becoming a lot bigger. Font weight should be bold. Okay, so we got today and then also our own color. Colors.dark. Okay. Next to this, I would like to have my price, or actually, let's probably do today. Let's do the price quite big, and then below we're gonna do in color gray. We're gonna write today. So here's something like 42 euros, and then we have today with a smaller font size of 18 below it. That also means I need to somehow retrieve like the last price. Shouldn't be too complicated. So if tickers is set, which we are sure at this point, we can just access the last element and call toFixed2 and then put in a euro. So this would be the last price for today currently. Now the other case is a lot more challenging. So if it is active, so if we are pressing on the chart right now, we have a problem. Let's see, I will just copy this over for now. And then say X, okay? So we can now see that when I do this, so the logic in general works, okay? Is active changes, it is a state, it updates the view so we can draw something else on the label. Now, how can we dynamically update a text label? That actually doesn't really work very well unless you're using reanimated and animated props. And that is exactly what we want to do now. And by the way, to use this, we're not actually using an animated text. We have to use an animated text input. For some reason, it only works with that. So let's do an animated text input. Input equals animated from React Native reanimated dot create animated component text input. All right. So once we got that animated text input component, we can go back to where we were before. So if it is active, we have an animated text input here. Style should be still the same. We're gonna make this editable false. And we're gonna say underline color Android is transparent. Exactly. These are the things I want to add to my animated text input. Okay, so far this is not really changing a whole lot, which is actually a good story because we changed quite a few things. But we go here and the label looks pretty much the same. So how can we now change this? This is interesting as we can now create animated props following the same setup like you would use, for example, if you have animated styles with reanimated. Also check out the other clones where we use reanimated in even more places. So in our case, what we can do right now is we can say animated text equals use animated props from React Native reanimated. And in here we can define our function that now returns a text and a default value. Okay, so default value that's required for the text input to work. Also make sure this is called return. So Let's call it like this. Okay, so let's see if we can already put this to use. I can now use my animated text and I can use it as the animated props of this input. Let's see, we're gonna use the first one. It will actually not have anything included anymore, but just animated props and then my animated text. And as a result, we see it's now displaying the value from these animated props. And because this runs on the native UI thread, we can actually update this in the usual React Native reanimated way. So in a very efficient way, meaning in our case, that means I will not use text, but I will use the value of my state.y price value I think another value, and then yes, to fixed makes sense euros, and the default value will be an empty string. And we're gonna do now the same again. We're just gonna call this one animated date text. In this case, I will of course go somewhere else. So what I will do here is let's grab this first because that line is getting really long. So const date equals new date state x value. Yep, that is the current value of where we're pressing. Remember both these state values here, state, they are also already under the hood using reanimated from the use chart press hook. Okay, so they're updated and re-evaluated. And that means at this point, I can just call something like date.toLocal. Is it a date? Date.toLocal date string. And I, of course, don't need euro in that case. And animated date text goes into my second animated text input as animated props. Here we go. And finally, no, we made a mistake somewhere along the way. We made a mistake somewhere. New date, state, x, value, return, text, date, to local date string. Actually, I think we didn't make a mistake. I think it's probably more like reloading the app. We did make a mistake somewhere along the way. That is interesting. I think it actually, because we've actually seen it for price to work. Did I remove something while explaining? I mean, that happens. It's not like this never happened before. Let's say animated date text. And then we have here the animated date text. And here we have the animated text. They look good to me, but that doesn't mean it's correct. Maybe the view is now not working correctly around them. That could be a good solution, but I don't think that's the case. If I remove the second one, I mean, we've seen that the text can change in updates already. We've seen that part in action, so you can't fool me on that one. I could once again sing my debugging song about React Native apps, and I don't even see an error here. Use animated props. We do use animated props. We use the hook in the most perfect way. We have a default value. Oh, I noticed something. There is, in fact, something we, I think, have to set, and that is at the top. To make this work, we have to say animated, and then add whitelist native props, and then we have to say text true. I found this somewhere on GitHub before, so this makes sure that we can actually animate and set the text property accordingly. Please just work now. Oh my, it works. Whew, that was a close one. All right, so this is the fix. If it's not working for you, this is what you have to add as well to make sure that you can animate the text property. And now you can go along that line. You get updates on the date, you get updates on the price here, and you just have a super smooth and performant chart using Victory Chart. It's using Reanimated and D3 under the hood. It's using Skia. So all the best things that you can use to get the best performance for your fintech applications. All right. Whew, that was a quite challenging view. Again, I think it's probably my favorite view because of this smooth header animation on iOS. We have this sticker component, which is using a section list. So you or the user is not noticing any of that, but the view just comes together in a really natural way, and we have this performant chart included. So after all of these crypto adventures, let's talk about another very essential feature for every fintech application. In many fintech applications, you're gonna see a specific pattern. That is, once you put the app to the background, at some point, it is going to lock itself. So when you come back to the app, you're gonna see a Face ID, a passcode, some sort of authentication. So how can we implement that sort of behavior for our app? That's the topic for our next part. And I actually found a great article on Medium from somebody called Alex Loukissas, who implemented something quite similar, which he called, how did he call it? Well, basically the idea is to have a use effect block where we can handle or react to the app state events. So this is the important part. We want to add a listener to the app state event. And if we then come back from the background, we can check if some specific time has elapsed. And if that's the case, we're gonna do something, okay? In our case, we wanna then bring the user to another page. That means I wanna add a new page. I will actually add a new folder here called modals under authenticated, and there we'll add a log.tsx. So these are still part of authenticated. So let's call this log screen. We're going to implement that later. And with that in place, I want to also go back to my layout at the top. So this is the root layout. And I want to add another stack.screen. Name in this case is, oops, what we had before. How did we use the path before? Yeah, like this. Authenticated /modals/log. That's the name. And for the options, I actually don't want to show the header, so header shown should be false. And then we can close this one. Additionally, I really don't want to have an animation at all, so I will also set animation to none. Because we don't really want to animate the appearance of that page, but I think it will still animate at some point. Okay, additionally, we're going to add some context around our app. Can we put this under components? It's more like context, so we should probably do it in a new folder. Context / and I will call this user inactivity. If I spell this correctly, would be great. .tsx. Okay, so we have a folder, context, user inactivity. This user inactivity tsx should export a const user inactivity provider, and it can wrap around some children. So we can then easily wrap it around our application in total. And once we got that, we should be able to simply return children. Okay, and then go back to my layout file. And at some level, we can add that user interactivity provider. We could actually have it, yeah, well, we're gonna put it in here. Okay, so user interactivity, user inactivity provider, not interactivity provider. And here we go. Okay, good. App looks still the same, but within my user inactivity provider, I can now access the app state. I can actually use a reference to the app state. So I will use app state.current state in here. And I will also grab the router, because in our case, we want to bring the user back to a specific page once we strike. Also, I would like to see if the user is signed in. So if the user is not signed in, there's no really any need to lock the application. So let's now start with it. with a use effect block that's triggered in the beginning, and we're going to create a subscription here, and we're going to add an app state event listener to the change event, and we want to handle this somewhere else. So let's see, I'm going to close this off for now. Okay, yeah, this is complaining, this is cool. And we want to exactly clean up after us in the use effect hook. When this is destroyed, I want to also remove the subscription. We can then write the const handle app state change function here, which is going to be an async function, and then we can put this in here instead of null. So this one will get the actual or the next app state. So this is the app state status event. And for now, I will just put a lock in here with the next app state. So let's see if it works. I try to put it in the background. And now, okay. So it first goes to inactive, then it goes to background. And let's see if I now go back into it, it comes back to active. So this is the perfect place. We have our provider and we can just do our magic in here. The magic in this case is to record the time once we go to the background and then check the time again when we come back. For this, we can import async storage. Oh, we haven't used async storage before. No, that means I need to do a new pre-build. Why? Why did I forget about this? No. Okay, so npx expo install. We have async storage, don't we? I'm confused now. Didn't we use like async store? Oh, we use secure store. Okay, so we have now secure store, async storage, and MMKV included. This is probably not recommendable. I don't know. This could be or cause a problem. I just noticed that it's probably kind of dumb. So you could just store the stuff with MMKV. Why are we not doing it right now? That's actually a good question. I think because I used async storage in that example. So yeah, using MMKV is probably a lot better. MMKV. I could use a new MMKV storage in here. Why do you always bring me new ideas? So this is the inactivity storage. I do have to update all of this in GitHub as well, because afterwards you're going to check out the code and think, oh Simon, why did you use async storage in GitHub? And in the video you used MMKV. I don't know, because I learn all the time. Okay, so let's do a function to record my starting time. Record start time. And in the case of MMKV, I don't have to even make this an async function. So I will set this to start time, and I will set the date to new date now dot to. How can we do this? Let's say const now equals new date, and then I use now dot to ISO string. Is it the same as the one it gave me? So this is going to be an ISO string, and if I just say new date put now, or what it initially gave me, I'm curious now to see what did we have in code here before. Date.now num returns the number of milliseconds elapsed since midnight. Should work in general as well. I don't really care. Should work as well, yeah. Okay, so let's set it to this time. This is the starting time. So if my next app state is equal to background, so we are going to the background, I will record my start time. Okay, if on the other hand, we are coming back from the background, so if the next app state is active, and I want to add an additional check in here. So if this is active and the app state dot current matches background, so we are actually coming from the background. So we can match it with a like regular expression in here. only in that case I want to trigger this. So only in that case I want to check how much time has elapsed. We can get the elapsed time, const elapsed equals date now minus storage get. Do we have to use get number? Yeah. Is possibly undefined. Yeah, that's a good point. Minus, let's add a fallback of 0 here. Okay. So I think, let's see. If we now put this to the background, it should use MMKV to store the current time. Let's wait a few seconds and then go back into it. And then, do we see any kind of lock here? I don't think so. That's a pity. We are back. And at that point, I want to get storage, get number, start time again. And I want to also put in the handle app state change here. Actually, most of this should be fine. Let's do a little refresh here. Okay, so I'm putting this now in the background. It's becoming inactive and it's going to the background. Okay, background. So we're recording the starting time. Recording starting time. And then if we go back, next state is active. And the app state current matches background. They have a typo in here because nobody says we are back. That's strange. I think this is the key problem. App state.current. What is the app state? Okay. Our app state uses the current state. And we should probably update this. Yeah, we should update that reference. So at the end here, we should update our app state current to the next state. Then it makes sense. Okay, so again, going to the background, inactive, we're recording the starting time, we're coming back, and 3000 milliseconds have elapsed. So with that in place, we're now perfectly in a place to check if elapsed is greater than, I don't know, in our case I will just use 3 seconds, and if we're actually signed in. So if both of these things are true, we're going to use the router to replace our view, and we're going to go to authenticated modals/lock. Okay, and then we're going to hit save here, and then our user inactivity starter is done. So going back, if I go immediately back, we're actually cool because this is like just 1 second. So let's wait a bit longer. 1, 2, 3, and boom. You can see it up here. We're on the lock screen. We have 4 seconds elapsed, and therefore we are brought to the next page. Let's just clear up all the console logs, and then this view becomes really, really easy. We actually don't even need the async storage in the first place because we're using MMKV. I or you can uninstall that stuff again, and we don't need it in our app. Cool. So we have our user inactivity filter. If the app goes to the background at some point, we can then lock our app. You can also, by the way, immediately show like a white page. So in the iOS app switcher or Android app switcher, this turns the preview into something white, which some apps require for privacy reasons as well. So this would be a great place to do this. Nonetheless, let's continue with that lock screen and implement another epic screen for our Fintech clone. We now want to implement a really great looking lock screen where the user can either enter a specific PIN code or use Face ID. And for that, we're going to use the Expo local authentication package, which allows us to use biometric prompt or Face ID and Touch ID on iOS. So let's get back to the app, let's kill the server, and let's install Expo local authentication. Do we have to set up any? I think we do have to set up a little key for Expo local authentication in the app JSON. So let's check this out. Down here, we should probably put in Expo local authentication and then FaceID permission allowed to use FaceID. I think this is required. We can close the user inactivity stuff and just focus on the log modal that we want to work on. And at the same point, we can also bring up the application once again. Good. On the lock screen, we need a state. We need the user as well. So let's start with that. We can use user. Yeah, it sounds funny, but it's actually the truth. Use user from Clerk Expo. We of course have the state. So we have the code that the user is adding, set code. Actually I want to use an array. I want to use an empty array that will make it a bit easier. This is going to be a number array. And then we also have or want to access the first name so we can show like a greeting of that user. You can get this by using state with first name, set first name. And then we're going to use user first name, but with a question mark. And then I also don't want to add the type in here. Okay, good starting point. We do have a few functions. We have a view. Let's use, in this case, an actual safe area view. We should be fine doing that if we add the import correctly. And then we start with a little text and saying, welcome back, first name. Our app is not yet coming up, so we can continue a bit with the development of this view. So let's already add, style sheet up here. I want this. I want definitely a styling for greeting. So for my greeting, I want to have a bigger font size of 24. I want to have a bigger font weight. And for now we can wait. Oh no! Error, Xcode build, system has crashed build again. I hope this was just some random issue. Did we mess up the app.json? Expo secure store, Expo local authentication. I don't think so. I hope we did not break our Xcode build through something, but I can't see a reason why that should happen. I don't think so. Additionally, let's hope this turns out and turns up, especially in a second. We can continue with the view. So we will check with the use effect hook whether the code is complete. So we can do this by saying if code.length is equal to, let's say the code always has to be 6, then we're going to verify it. And that also means we're going to put code in the dependencies array here. So at this point, I'm going to check the code. Besides that, we need some functionality, and I also need to get to the lock screen in the first place. How can I do this? I should probably just set this up for debugging up here. So instead of going to my crypto page, I will go to authenticated modals/lock. But I mean, now I should. Why am I not getting there? Okay, that's strange. Did I comment something out in my user inactivity filter thing? If elapsed. Oh, okay, yeah. If elapsed is. I think we forgot one more thing here, and that is. No, we're recording the start time whenever we go to the background, so we should be fine. Inactivity 1, 2, 3, something. Yeah, whatever. I don't know. Something went wrong here. And I will also set this now for debugging to that view. Okay, so it already says welcome back. It's not saying my first name. So why is it not saying my first name? That's a good question. Use state user.firstname, use user from Clerk. Probably because I actually haven't set my first name. That's a good point. Yeah, I should maybe do this. So let me do this on the side, because last time I opened my Clerk dashboard, I of course exposed my email, and then I had to edit the complete video again, so I don't want to do that. I will now manually edit my user. We will, in the next section, actually be able to update our name. So I will update my first name to Simon. And yes, voila, here we go. So now I got my first name, and I will also use the styling here. So styles.greeting makes it a bit bigger. We probably want to have some margin at the top, actually a lot maybe, like 80, and we want to align ourselves in the center. So here we go. This is it. Below that, we want to have our numbers view. So we need to press on different numbers. And we also need the view to display like these little bubbles up there. So let's do another view up here. Let's leave some styling in here. This should actually, let's call this one styles.code view. Okay, so the code view is like the area flex direction row. I want to justify the content in the center. I also want to have a little gap between the items. I'm going to leave this for now. And then in the code view, I just have to go through all the elements of code, or of the, yeah, we're going to have to kind of do this in a manual way. I mean, we could use code.length probably, but then we don't really have information. This is going to be somewhat ugly. I feel like I want to use a second state. I can't tell you exactly why, and I think there is probably a better way, but I just feel like, let's say code length is always, I think I just need a dummy array here with a length of 6. I will just fill this with 0, and then we can use the code length to iterate over that. So code length map. I don't really care about the value too much, so I just have index here, and then this will be a view where key is index. I will just hit style. Okay, yeah, looks interesting. Let's see how this turns out. Yes, not too bad actually. Not too bad, right? Okay, we probably want to have some own styling here. So let's use styles.code empty. So that should be just like a gray bubble. Okay, so let's say code empty in my case would be a round border. So width of 20, height of 20, and then border radius of 10. And okay, yeah, the background color depends on if we have already set that field. So let's do this like this. Background color. If code at the index is set, yes, I wonder if this is crashing. If this is a good idea, but it looks like it works. If it works, it works. So let's do colors.light gray instead. Light gray instead. So we have this gray area up there. And for the code view, we also need some margin. Margin vertical of, I don't know, let's use 100. So this is going to be placed a lot further down. Justify content center, I will just also do align item center, although I don't think this changes anything, but I feel good if I have it. Okay. Additionally, we of course need a styling for code filled. Do we need? No, we don't really need this. But do I want to make these a bit bigger? I feel like they're quite small. Like just 20? Well, for now we're gonna use them like they are. Now what we need is the numbers pad below. This is always looking great. I think there are probably some libraries out there, but we're just gonna stick to the basics. So we're gonna do it ourselves. Style equals styles dot numbers view probably, and this is going right here at the bottom. So the numbers view should also have some margin horizontal of, let's say, something really big, 80, and some gap between the elements. So the numbers view is somewhat interesting as it's like a bit manual. We could probably do this with a nice array, but honestly, you just write this once. You don't have to overthink stuff. Just get it done. You know what you want to do. You want to have numbers from 1 to 9. You want to have a 0 at the bottom and then like a Face ID sign. It's no rocket science, okay? So in that case, what I want to do, I could just do it like this, honestly, but I will do it as an with an iteration here of an array 1, 2, 3. Okay, I want to map them. So map every number to touchable opacity, and then for that touchable opacity, key will be number. On press, I want to do something. Yeah, this is not finished yet, but it's close enough. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Style here, of course, needs to be flex direction row. And I want to have some content between. So let's say justify content space between. All right, 1, 2, 3. These should have a specific style as well. Let's call this one number. And the number style is just a big font size of 32. So everyone can read this, okay? And this is actually working better than expected. By the way, I don't want this to be black up there. Let's change this to colors.primary. That's going to look way better. Yeah, that's so much better, so much better. Okay, I also want to have my own function for on press. So let's do const on number press. And in that case, I want to do the same thing like I did before. So I want to call set code with all the items currently in code and then the number. But I would also like to give a little feedback. So therefore I will add haptics, haptics dot impact async. Oh, we don't have ActiveX yet. Okay, no problem. Let's bring it in. Here we go. Impact async. And then haptics impact feedback style light. I think this should work fine. I actually also need a way to go back later. So while we're here, let's do that one as well. I will call this number backspace. In that case, I will also do the light thing. And this doesn't have to be that hard. Set code, code.slice. Yeah, we just want to remove the last number. Okay, so now we just need to plug this into our touchable opacity. So instead of calling set code, I will call on number press with the current number. Is there maybe, yes, better. Okay, cool. So we can actually copy this now 2 times. So this is 4, 5, and 6. As I said, just get the job done. It doesn't always have to be beautiful, but probably we should do this in separate views at least. Oh my. So it would be a lot easier if I just did it like this and then like this. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 5, 6, and then we got 7, 8, 9. All right, looks good. I also see that my code is already coming up, so let's try different codes. 1, 5, 5, 5, 9, 9. Okay, yeah. Code is also coming up correctly. We will actually not do any sort of like storing this code somewhere. So you could also do this in the beginning. The user can set a code and then you can compare that code to the code you stored in async storage. Not really any magic in that. But we now also need one additional row where we don't have just the numbers. We do have one for the 9, for the 0 at the bottom. Okay, so this one is going to be 0. But we're also going to have 2 additional buttons here. So the first button, let's just do 3 of them. So yeah, we got 3 of them. The first one should trigger our face or biometric out. So let's call this on biometric auth press, yeah, we can do press equals async function. That's going to do something. And then I will plug this into the first one here. This should also not be any number. This should just be an icon. So let's use the material. This is the only place I found it. Material community icons. Name face recognition. That came close to this. Size of 22, and we're going to use a color black. So this is pretty, I don't know, can you see this? I'll put it a bit further up. So this should trigger our Face ID. And then the third button, that one should actually only be visible in case we do have something in the code. So if code.length is greater than 0, only in that case I want to render this button. Okay, so let's copy, cut this out and put it here. And on press, I want to go to on number, what was it, like number backspace, something like that. What was the name? Number backspace. On press, no overload. What? Okay, yeah, this doesn't require a number. Okay, so now with that button, yep, I'm able to remove something. And it removes the item in the middle. Okay, it looks like it's removing the item in the middle, but it's actually just shifting that item back because it's taking up that space. So I want to make sure that it's always covering this space. Therefore, I will set a min width for this view here of like 30. And if I've wrapped this around this one, it should always, this is not exactly working. Align item center. This was definitely required. So let's call this one just, I don't know, B. And then, yeah, then it holds the position. Okay, that's better. We probably don't want to use a B. We can also just use a material icon. So material community icons, name, backspace, outline. I think that looks good. Colors, black 26. Yes. And voila. Perfect. Okay, so we can make this quite easy now. If the code is matching, we're gonna just bring the user back to the inside area. We have it up here. So let's say if code is equal, or if we now check if code dot join on, I want to join on an empty space is equal to, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if we only press 1, we're going to use our router and call replace and just go to authenticated /tabs/home. Good, that should work. Where's the router? Oh, I don't know if it works like this. We usually use router and not just import the router directly. I don't know why, but I feel like we should use it as a hook. I think this is the better way. Okay, in the other case, we're actually gonna do a little error animation, but we're gonna do this in a second. For now, we can only do like a haptics feedback type error thing. You're gonna notice this, by the way, if you're running your app on a device, you would then see this. At the same point, when it's an error, I can also set my code back to an empty array. I will also do this in the case we route forward, by the way. So if it's wrong, you see it's going back to empty, and we're gonna do a little animation here in a second. But before we did that, let's just wrap this view up. I included actually one additional thing. So after this view, I also put like forgot your passcode at the bottom. That's just a minor UI thing. Oh yeah, we need to call a biometric auth. That was the important part. So on biometric auth press, I will call and extract the success value of await local authentication, and I assume, yeah, it's not working yet, so import star as local authentication. Okay, and then we can use local authentication. You can also on local authentication first check if it is enrolled, if you can actually use it, which types are supported. So maybe do this before you display the face recognition icon here. I just wanted to not overcomplicate these things. So in my case, I will use authenticate async, and I actually don't need to pass in anything. If we do have a success, I will bring back the user to the inside area, and in the other case, I'm gonna do the haptics feedback for a failed login. Let's see. I can actually test this in the simulator. So if I press this, it would, in my case, ask for a passcode. I honestly have no idea what my passcode is, and I'm always stuck on this screen, and I can't leave it. So that was a really bad choice. Why did I do this? Now I can probably do this. So if you're on iOS, if you're on a Mac, there's something at the top bar when you open up the simulator called Features, Face ID, and then you can make a check mark at Enrolled. You want to do that because then it asks for Face ID. And once you're enrolled, you can now press either Command-Shift-M for a matching face or Command-Shift-N for a not matching face. Actually, Command-Option. Okay, so let's use Command-Shift-N, not matching face. Okay, face not recognized. Try again. Okay, or let's do it like this. Command-Shift-M, face recognized, and I would be inside again. Okay, so this means our Face ID recognition works as well. And by the way, I always see this little loading text up there. Can we just make this? Can we just make this different? Can we just make this somehow different? Style is a bit better. Like a view, where we have some styling and say justify content center, align items center. Text strings must be rendered with a text. Yeah, that's true. If I would do it like this, attempted to navigate. Why do I try to... Can I only render text elements? Return text.loading. It's interesting. That's really interesting. Because I think it should work. Okay, that was displaying the loading up there at least. Yeah, I mean, no, we don't have any kind of UI as well. So this can be a problem. Let's comment this out. I really want to fix this. Yeah, that looks better. Actually, I don't want to display loading, more like an, what is the activity indicator? Yeah, something like this. So I will now return this in here instead, and so I don't see a loading always at the edge of my viewport. Yeah, so much better. It was otherwise really freaking me out. We should have done this about 3 hours ago. But anyway, okay, we can enter a code. If it's successful, correct, whatever, we go inside. If we use Face ID and successful, we go inside. We have all the logic in place. Now, there's just one more thing that I want to do with you, and that is, if the code is wrong, I want to have this little shaky animation, so like it bounces quickly. And of course, we can do this with our best friend, Reanimated. So here we go. Let's introduce a little offset and use a shared value for that. I'll use shared value 0. Then we're gonna do style with use animated style from Reanimated, and then we're just gonna return transform, and we want to translate actually the x value using offset.value. That's right. Then we'll define two constants. So this one will be offset of 20. So this is like how hard it should shake, and then the time between the different shakes. I found most of the code actually on the React Native, on the Reanimated page. I think this was where I found this. So they described it really nicely. We can now set the offset value, in this case, basically creating an animation using with sequence from React Native Reanimated. And our sequence is with timing. I want to go to minus offset. I want to use actually time divided by 2. Then I want with repeat, use with timing. Okay, I just need to get the brackets right. And then at the end I will do, no, let's do the middle part first. So with timing, offset, and duration time. And I want to repeat this for 4 times. So number of reps is 4, reverse, yeah, true. And then with timing, I want to go back to 0 finally in the same time like we started. Okay, so this should be a nice bouncy animation. And we can now include this for our numbers view by simply changing this to be an animated view. Animated, of course, from React Native Reanimated. And then adding this in our array of styles, simply adding style, our animated style. Good. As a result, I should now be able to enter a wrong code, and we have this nice shaky animation. You know, these things, they're not important. You could have used that view simply without that, but it took me like 10 minutes to figure this out up front, maybe just 5, or now the implementation you've seen is like 2 minutes probably. And you just get like this little interactivity on this view. It's so much better. You could also probably make the appearance of our backspace button a bit more animated, just not plopping, only animating the opacity. That would probably be cooler. Also for the bubbles here, if you input something, you could also animate that. But overall, this is just a really nice lock screen. And if I now enter the right code, I should be back in the app, which I'm not. So we should probably make sure that 1, 2, 3. I think this is 1 too many. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6. Okay, yeah, that one brings us back. And I will also make sure that I will change at the top level our fake logic. So we're finally back in the game, and I will want to be back on the home screen because now, after implementing the user activity and the lock screen, it's time finally for a little account page and interactivity with Clerk, the sponsor of this clone. Alright, so let's implement a cool modal account page for our application once we click on the icon up here. On that page, we will be able to also update our image. So let's directly start by adding the Expo image picker. This will help us to capture an image and then upload this to Clerk pretty easily. That also means we need a new page. So let's do an account.tsx right here. And we're gonna include that in our routing somewhere. Also, we need to access it from somewhere. I think we're gonna use it from the custom header, right? So in the custom header, we do have the touchable opacity already. And this is the one I wanna simply wrap. So href in this case should go to, actually why are you not showing up here? Okay, because I probably have to save everything. Yeah, this should be account and then as child because we're wrapping it around this touchable opacity. Okay, authenticated modals account does not exist. To my understanding, account does exist. we might have different ideas about this. Authenticated modals / I don't want this anymore. What's going on here today? There's not just a lock page, there's also an account page. Can't you see it? Like, it is here. It is there. It is exactly in this place. I actually don't know why it's gray because that is, that's not looking very, very good to me. I probably have to run npx expo run. I think only in that case it's picking up the new files here that I add. So then we got the account page, and then I can also close lock, and in the custom header, once the run command finally runs, it should pick up that file and generate the new typings for the Expo Router under the hood. Did you mean authenticated modals lock? No, that's not what I meant. I completely know what I meant. Okay, anyway, let's open that account page already and get started in here. So on that page, what I want is I want to first grab some information about the user using the previous hook use user from Clerk. And we're also gonna implement the sign out here. So the sign out is coming from use auth, another hook here from the Clerk package. Then we want to set the first and the last name, just like we did, I think, on the previous screen. So let's say first name, last name, first name, set first name, and then use state. Yeah, but we can also use it already with the user value. So user.firstname goes into this one, and then we add our state. By the way, clicking this works. So this one is happy now as well. Additionally, we're gonna add the last name. Okay, so we got that as well. And we probably have an edit state because we're gonna edit our user. So let's use edit, and set it to false in the beginning. Let's see. If we click on this, we're gonna go to a full page. This is not what we want. We want a cool page that is transparent. So in our top stack layout, navigation, whatever you want to call it, let's add another entry for the account page. And the most important piece here is that I want to set the presentation to a transparent modal. If I do this, it opens this up and we can add a nice blur to the background. Additionally, I would like to make this come in with a fade animation. So let's use the animation fade. I will also set the title to an empty string, and then I will set the header transparent to true. All right, so we got a few things already. Okay, good. Now we will wrap our account page in the usual blur view. So let's import the blur view from Expo, and I want to place this right here around that page. So blur view. I'm gonna set the intensity right away to something like 80. Style should be like some sort of container styling. We can also do this ourselves if we want to. So let's use flex 1 and background color of RGBA something. So I think we used previously 0, 0, 0, and then 0.5. Yeah, that's not too bad, right? I just don't know how we can leave that view again now. We probably need to add a button here. So let's add to the header left one of these buttons. Let's use the logic we had before. So something like this in it. But I want to use the close outline one and probably just, yeah, that's it. That's the effect I wanted to see. I want to use a color white here, by the way. That should make the button stand out a bit more on the darkish background. Okay, cool. Nice. Good starting point for our account page. So on that page, we need a few more things. We need functionality to save the user. So on save user, we're going to do something. And then we're going to have a function on capture image, which is of course going to capture an image. If we now have a user on this page, so if we do have a user, in that case I want to render the rest. That makes sure that we're not failing somewhere along the way. So I will start with a simple view style, align items in the center, and we probably have to check again what's going on because right now the items are not positioned correctly. So if we're not editing, which means in the default mode, in that case I just want to render the different text elements. So if we're not editing, I will just have a view where I use styles dot, let's call this edit row. So this is going to be like a row. Okay, edit row goes in here, and then add style sheet to the top. And I forgot something apparently to close that one here. So let's close that view. Okay, so that edit row is of course using up all the space, and it should also have of course the flex direction row and some gap between the items, and of course align the items in the center, and justify the content in the center as well. So this edit row now shows my values. So I'm gonna have a text view with some styling, and within that text view, I just want to print out my first name and last name. I think I did not set the last name before, so I will put this up in Clerk and save it. And right now I don't see anything yet. That could be for different reasons. I do have a user. I'm pretty sure I do have. My view here has the items in the center, and if we're not editing, which we're not doing in the beginning, we should see something. Let's see. Can I see test? No, I don't even see my label. So that's usually a bad sign. Let's see. I want to give to the edit row some margin top. Is it turning up anywhere? Not really. That's not really the case. That's usually bad. That's a bad sign. We do have a flex on my blur view. I think that blur view also needs some padding top. We might have the same situation. No, we don't have a custom header here, but we don't. Let's see. If I set this to 100, I don't see anything else yet. Oh, that's interesting. So let's see if we give this a background color, the good old poor man's debugging. Well, that's with console logs. But if I give this one a background, holy moly, alright, is this actually coming through at all? Like, where's my edit row? What is this? Am I a joke to you? Okay, this is displaying text, so that means I don't have a user? Use user from Clerk? Sorry, I should definitely, I mean, I'm signed in. I do have a user at that point. Why are we not getting a user? Can anyone research this, please? Just do it for me. I don't know. If I remove this part, we're probably gonna see a little crash. Oh my! Today is one of these days. It's fantastic. It's fantastic. It's fantastic. Okay, I have no idea what's going on. I just know that before this, I actually want to have a touchable opacity for changing the image. We can just put it on the page. Maybe it changes something. So on press, I don't want to call sign out. On press, I want to actually call on capture image. And I will put in some style here as well. So let's call this one styles.avatar. Okay, actually, if I call this avatar, we're gonna get probably into capture button. Let's call this capture button. Where's on the safe side? Do we have flex one on our blur view? Yeah, we do have. By the way, we can also make this darker. I don't know if you've shown this before. So you can use tint as well. Yeah, I think I've shown this. So if you make it like this, it looks even cooler. It looks a lot cooler. So my touchable opacity here should display if we do have a user dot image URL. In that case, I want to show an image, which we actually can't do. We really can't do this right now because most likely the user does not have an image yet, but we can already prepare for that. In the other case, this would just be a button with a dark background. So in that case, it would just be width of 100, height of 100, and a border radius of 50, and a background color of colors.gray. All right, that would turn up here. So let's justify this in the center. And I think we should, again, use on the view. Where's the surrounding view? The surrounding view is here. So we wanted to use align items in the center. So everything on this page is going to be centered. Okay, So here we should be able to press on capture image and otherwise display the image. So if we are not editing, and editing is false in the beginning, I don't know why, but I'm going crazy on this one. Align item center, margin top 20. I don't see this edit row at all. At all. Wow, this is crazy. This is madness. I do like font size of 26 here and color. Where is this text? Even if I don't use the edit stuff, this row is not it's just not turning up. The row is just not turning up. Align item center, justify content center. I honestly, okay, yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting because why? Like why? This because I used flex 1 up here? No, because I used align. I assume because I used align items center, but view with edit row, I don't know. Yeah, whatever. What gives? My edit row. I feel like I completely messed this one up here, as there needs to be another view around this one with a flex direction row. But for now, I'm most likely confused. So let's just see. Let's get rid of the stuff here and let's see. Okay, this is my name. Cool story, bro. Additionally, I want to have a touchable opacity after that. So I will add this here, touchable opacity on press. I want to set edit to true. So yeah, we can toggle this or we can set it to true. And I will use ionicons, name, let's use, I don't know, ellipsis, horizontal, size 24, colors. I will use white here. I think this usually looks good on that background. And then I'm going to close the touchable. Okay, so if I press this, I want to go into the edit mode. That means in this edit row that I'm in, I will now wrap this one here, the whole edit row with if we're not editing. I think I now fix this. Then we're gonna have this stuff in here. Okay, so at this point, I will also wrap this now with a whole view of style, flex direction row, and just a gap of 6. If I do this, I think it should bring up another view, and then we're gonna get rid of the problems that we've seen before. I think at this point I also need my flex 1 again. Holy moly. I wasn't really, the React Native gods are not really friendly to me today. So I do have my flex direction row here. If I'm not editing, I will show my edit row. And if or probably I'm in the state of editing. If I'm in the editing state, let's please be true. Oh, good Lord. Yeah, thanks for keeping the state, React. Always good. Oh, I kind of forgot about that for a second, that it's keeping my state. Okay, in the case that we are editing this, these things turn into something else. So they now turn into a text input, so we can actually change and update the name. Let's say placeholder is first name, the value is first name, the value first name, or an empty string, and on change we want to call set first name. Additionally, we might need some style. So let's say this one, let's make this an array. Input field, and input field should look something like this. Didn't we have like an input field styling before? I feel like we already did, but anyway, let's use a height of 44. Let's use a border width of 1 and a border color of something like this. Then we want to make a border radius because it's rounded. And some padding, yes, and background color of white. Okay, this is my input field, should work. Okay, where did I left off? Yeah, here. So I did have the first text input, and we do have a row setup, so I should be fine just adding another one in here. This will be last name, and then we have last name, then we have set last name. Okay. Additionally, I feel like I want to add a bigger width to this. So let's use the width of, I don't know, 140 or something. Yeah, that looks better. And also the button now changes to a check mark. So check mark dash outline, and on click here I want to call save or on save user, on save user. All right, let's see. We should now be able to update our Clerk user data from here. So I can now simply put this in a try catch block, await user question mark update, and then you can update everything from the user. So in my case, I want to update the first and last name. This is a bit problematic because those strings could be null, so it actually looks more ugly than it should. So last name like this. Again, a bit ugly, to be honest. But that's not the problem of Clerk, that's just my own problem. And we can also say, finally, I want to set edit back to false. So with that in place, I can call myself Dan Abramov. I can hit save. Whatever. In that case, I'm Dan Abrasive. And if I do a reload of that page and go back, it's still showing me this one because this is now the data that is stored in Clerk. I can show you this, but I will once again expose my phone number. I don't want to put an overlay on the screen again. So, I mean, the data is coming back from Clerk at this point, so there's no way this could be anything else. Let's also add the image functionality. So on capture image, this is pretty easy. There's a block actually from Expo that we can use. So await image picker, launch image library async. We don't have the image picker imported yet, so let's put this to the top from Expo. I think we installed this, right? I hope we did. Okay, so allows editing true, quality, whatever you prefer. We could also do this like 0.75 should be fine. Aspect, whatever. And I want to have images, yes. And then we can check if the result was not cancelled. So this is always giving me the wrong code completion. So if it's not cancelled, we're gonna have to do a bit differently. So I first want to create a base 64 string now using data. Okay, that was actually correct. Data image JPEG base 64 and then result dot assets at the index 0.base64. And with that, I can once again call my user and call set profile image on the Clerk user and pass in as the file my base 64 string. That's actually pretty nice. And I can just upload and update the user with a base 64 image. So let's give this a try. I'll now click this. I will use this beautiful flower bouquet. And we're not displaying the image yet, right? So that could be a problem in showing you the functionality. So for the image, let's set the source here to Yuri user.image URL and probably some style styles.avatar. This is why I reserved the keyword for avatar, right? Let's put this up here. That makes more sense. And that also breaks more things, so Simon has more to work. Width of 100, height of 100, border radius 50. I also want to make sure that I use the background color gray. And if I hit save, I get this. This is, of course, not correct. Let's see. Data image JPEG. Let's just do a reload. Maybe it's already updated and I just did it wrong. Actually, I would use PNG base 64, but that's just my opinion. Okay, I'm still Dan Abrasive. That's not correct. So let's see. If I log out the base user set profile image to my base 64 image. Overall, that sounds good to me. Let's give it a try. Maybe I'm just gonna use this one. Well, data. That is certainly not a good case. Oh yeah, we should probably say base 64 true in here. Master of debugging, Simon Grimm. Okay, here we go. Again, I choose you, Charizard. Here we go. Then abrasive now has. I need to call this back. Simon Grimm. And I also want to have the beautiful flowers here. That looks better. I want to have this as my profile. Okay. Okay, this is not allowed. Sweeping. Maybe it's too big. I sometimes also get problems in general with. Oh, I completely messed up something here. With the iOS simulator and selecting images, and it looks like I completely broke this app right now. Oh my, devastating. But you can see, at least I have that flower. That one looks good to me. Now, if you want to build out that view, there are a few more things that you could include. So we could have like a little action section here on that screen, but this is really only UI parts. Let me just bring this in. We can define a section like this, so with the like cool little background color and opacity. And then after the view we had, we're gonna do view with that styling. And then we're gonna just put in a bunch of touchable opacity items. So let's see, we also need an additional button styling for these. Let's put this down here. So this is my button styling. And then we'll have like a little list of things that looks kind of cool on this background. But they don't really have functionality besides lockout. Lockout actually does have a functionality in this case. So you can try a lockout, then you're locked out, then you can do like the code thing again. I really don't want to do the code thing again right now. So therefore we can. No, I do have to call it like this. Interesting. So therefore, I will leave it as it is, and we're just gonna do one more thing for our clone now. The last customization I want to work you through is how to create a dynamic app icon. Okay, so you can actually change the app icon, that's probably known to you, but it is really that easy with React Native as well. So I found this package, of course, called Expo Dynamic App Icon. And we can simply install it just like this. So let's do this. Okay, let's call and put it in here. Let's check out what we need to do. So we need to put in an object like this, Expo Dynamic App Icon. And then we're gonna have to specify names for our icons. Let's do this. Let's go to my app.json, and here we go. I'm gonna put this in here. So we got the icon name, we got the path to an icon, and then a pre-render option. So you can now take the 3 icons from GitHub and place them in my images or in your images folder. So let me bring them in. I want to replace this. So now you should have an icon vivid, and an icon dark. Okay, and we're going to use these 3 icons. So I want to call these, give them different names. So let's call the first one default. This is just icon. Then we do have dark, which is icon-dark. And then we have the vivid one. So vivid, vivid. Okay. This is not Clerk's style completely, but well, it should be fine for this case. So we have defined our 3 icons. By default, our app is already using the regular icon here. So this will be our icon. To make use of this, we can't just start npx run expo again. We do have to do a new prebuild. So npx expo prebuild, and I want to attach -- clean. Because only in that case it will clear Android and iOS completely and copy over the assets that we need. No such file or directory assets icon, that is true. This is in images. Did I not specify this in my app.json? Yeah, assets, images. Sorry about that one. And once again, Expo Clean Prebuild, yes, and that's working a lot better. Good. With that in place, we can wait a second until the cocoa pods are finished, but we can also already head over to the account page. So on that account page, I want to implement that little switch. We can now import get app icon and set app icon from Expo Dynamic app icon. So that means we can get what's currently selected and we can set the new one. Also, I will now bring up my reload after the pre-build is done. But let's first define an array of icons that we have available at our fingertips. So the name for this one will be default. And then I will tell the icon is going to use require. So we can do /assets. Oops. No, that was correct actually. /assets images icon.png. And we're going to do this now again for the two other images that we have. Copilot, come on, can't you figure this out? So this is dark, vivid, icon, vivid, and icon dark. Are we still building or already running in a problem? No, we're still building. That is good news. Okay, let's add a state as well for the currently selected icons. So active icon, set active icon, and I want to use the state. I mean, we can use the state default. It doesn't matter too much. I will just add a use effect block anyway, which is called in the beginning. So once we got that, I will add an empty dependencies array in here. And then I will add a function load current icon preferences using an async function. And within that function, and making sure I call that function, within that function, I will now get the icon from await get app icon, and then I want to set my active icon. Okay, that should work. I will also add a log so we can see what's the current active icon. Then we probably need a function to change it. So let's do cons on change app icon. Okay, What's going on? Usually you're pretty good now at figuring out what I want to do, Copilot. Did I make you mad at some point? I'm so sorry. That was not my intention. So on change app icon, we're gonna call await set app icon. And to set app icon, we just need to pass a string. So we can use the icon. We're gonna pass it here through icon string, and then I will just make sure that we call to lowercase just in case. All right, at this point, if I go here, we see icon is default. All right, so let's see. And after setting this, I will also update my state. So call set active icon with the current icon. All right, now we just need a tiny little list. Let's do this after our block. So I will use this block again, view styles actions, and then I will map through all the icons that we have. Did I just disable Copilot or something? Does stream closed with ng-http2 refused? I didn't think I broke Copilot at this point. We're glad this is the last part here. So the last chapter for us, we're doing this with bloody hands after 4 hours of building this Fintech clone. We're mapping our icons. We do have a touchable opacity. I don't know, Copilot just came back. I'm so thankful. So the key is icon name, sounds good. Style button, okay. On press, on change app icon with the current name. And I don't really want to disable this at all. Disabling this doesn't make sense to me. So then we have the image, which is using the icon source and a style of 24 × 24. And the text is using the icon.name. Actually, that sounds pretty legit. Let's hit save. Nice. What do we see? We see default, dark, and vivid. But there's a problem. Actually, there's not a problem. It's just not showing which one is selected. But we can now check if the active icon, let's also use to lowercase in here, is equal to icon name.lowercase. In that case, we can render an icons name checkmark size 24 colors. Let's use white, and it shows that currently the default is enabled. All right. If I click on dark, it shows that dark is enabled. How can we prove this? Well, we can close our app, and we see this is it. I can now go back into it, change to a vivid, and we see different app icon. And again, open it up, go back to default. And voila, we have the Clerk Fintech Clone app icon in here again. So this was pretty easy to set up. We just have to connect our icons, and then you can give the user a nice selection between different app icons in your application. And I think this really nicely rounds up our FinTech application, because these apps are usually about functionality, yes, but also about a specific style and customizability. For example, the widgets we can drag around, or the icon that we can now make our own. We have the cool crypto, we have the API routes, we have the charts, we have so much going on in this application. So I really hope this gave you a blueprint, a starting point for your next FinTech clone. Alright, and that's it for probably the longest clone tutorial so far on this channel. I hope you sticked around with me until the end. I hope you enjoyed the process of going through the different seasons, the different feelings, and of course the different pages and functionalities of this clone. If you know, say, I kind of like this Simon guy and I want to work more with him, go check out galaxies.dev, which is my online school to help you get started and work in the best possible way with React Native. I'm showing you in a bunch of pro courses how you can develop different features and how you can become a React Native developer. I hope you take away a lot from this clone. Not only from like the big things, but also the small in-between things, like use animated props for an animated text, a bit about the gesture handler, a bit about Reanimated, a bit about React navigation, because your applications are not just one feature, one feature, one feature. They are a combination of screens and different features and different UI components and just a lot of things playing together. And once you understand this, how you can break it down, you are actually able to produce the best results, because then you can see the things in isolation, you can develop small features, but you also understand the bigger picture in how you're putting these things together. So that's my only wish. I hope you enjoyed this. Make sure you subscribe to this channel for more videos in the future, and of course also please check out Clerk. There's a link below this video where you can get started. As I said in the beginning, 5 hours ago, or probably a few days ago, because most people watch this on different days, you can use Clerk for free up until 10k monthly users. So check it out, clerk.com, subscribe to the channel, check out galaxies.dev if you want to become a pro React Native developer, and I will catch you in one of our next clones or tutorials. So until then, happy coding, Simon.